Getting command center.
Let me go ahead and get that going. Let me go ahead and
What
pause
the heck?
this. Let me go ahead and do.
I don't even remember how to do
Yeah,
it.
okay, hang on.
Hey, we're here. Hey,
And-
everybody, welcome to Minimax 20. This is the first episode of a new little side story that Jared graciously allowed to hand over the reins to me to run this little story. I'm Connor. We have, of course, Jared. Corey, I know he did he did an arc there with Nathan. You got Todd. I'm pointing to where they are on my Discord. I'm sure it is unrelated, but for the first time here, I might be pointing into the void. That's okay. Just imagine well. But we also have Evan here. It's his first time playing, and he'll be joining us here on the Red Mire Hunt, a little side story we have here. And just the only other thing I can see two very prominent pieces of merch and two cameras here. One is a blanket that's taking up damn near half a screen there with Jared, and then Todd's just kind of clipping on the bottom because he's wearing the shirt. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, what's up right there? Right
I got those.
Yeah.
They're there.
Hell yeah.
And with that, we're gonna go ahead and take our story to a different little part of the continent than some of the past stories. Quite a bit south from anywhere on the Frost Trail. Places quite a bit different than any large city like that holding the Stormwind Empire. We're actually gonna start in kind of a family home, kind of a broken down family home. Used to be a rather large estate, broken down, but it's going to start with a man named Glenn Von Dest. If you could, Todd, as you're sitting there, your character receives a letter, and in this space, would you mind describing what your character looks like?
Name's not Glenn, you bastard. Gallon?
It's Glenn. No, Gallon, yeah.
Well, I totally thought it was gonna go to somebody else. I was like, ooh, who's that?
Yeah, I saw you eating too. I'm like, this is going to be nice for me.
What would you like me to do?
Just describe your character.
I will do just that. Well, my character, his name is Gallon Van Denst. He comes from the noble... Oh, wrong this thing.
Is your camera functioning appropriately for everyone else?
Everyone's camera seems to be working for me.
Okay, Todd is.
Mine's fine.
Okay, Todd is.
Is he frozen on stream?
Yeah, he's frozen. It's okay. Do your thing. I'll figure it out.
He looks good in Discord.
It looks great in
go.
Discord.
Everyone does.
Todd, I did not mean to slide that to you so quickly, but
No,
I
you're
also
good.
did, and that's
Yeah, that's a good warning because now it means I can.
It's okay, Todd, that you're frozen
stream.
because your camera is also frozen on stream, so you are technically in character.
Mhm. Yeah, you're doing very good immersive roleplay.
Gallon Van Denst is an old grizzled blood hunter. He has short gray and white hair and a large mustache he keeps well groomed. He is tall and still quite muscular, but old age has reduced the size of his frame considerably. The mutations from the hunter's bane have kept him agile past his prime and has extended his vitality. He is constantly in a sour mood from many old wounds that he has sustained while roaming the continent, and past regrets he must continue to live with. It is a rare occasion when he is not wearing some sort of old garb from his witch hunting days. He is currently 78 years old and too stubborn to give up the active life and settle down. He has one green eye and one yellow eye, speaks in a low tone, uses actions over words.
You're telling me your character speaks in a low tone?
And uses actions over
Yes.
words.
Exactly.
I like it.
Okay.
Well, Gallon. You go, Jared, or you?
Yo, hold on. Don't go. Hold on. 1 sec. I need to fix something. Okay, hold on. Yeah, everyone just died. Hold on. I usually you can click into somebody and it'll resolve it. It was not resolving. Okay, now we're resolved. Sorry, continue.
Oh, nice.
No
That's
problem.
real
So
cool.
as long as everything's good, does it look like Todd's dancing on stream now?
Yep,
He's
we're
dancing.
set.
He shouldn't be.
We're set.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be dancing.
It would have been very cool if you were. But no, you are your character, then Gallon. I will call you Glenn again, because I'm an asshole. But Gallon, you have been sitting here for some weeks at this family home that you don't feel probably much connection to. You've been sitting here for some time with all these debating going around, but at this time you do receive a letter. And it came through just a courier passing through gives you a letter giving you a formal invitation. The Baron Valnar, he made a little home over in the Red Mire and invites you on a hunt. It is not specific on what is being hunted for or what the rather purpose of the hunt is, but you have been invited some reprieve in this environment, as your family all around you has been for the past several weeks trying to figure out what to do about this homestead.
Alright, well, I'd assume I'd be in the study.
Yeah, you are alone at this time. Yeah.
Interesting. A hunt. Well, it sure beats this insufferable nonsense.
At this point, it is you're in your study, or at least the study you made for yourself in this home as you've been here. But it is like one of the few quiet parts of the house. Even at this point, it is well into like the early hours of the morning, and there has still been people up and around. You can hear still some bickering and debating going forward, and you don't really have to guess what certain members of your family are probably discussing.
Well, in that case, if it is the early hours of the morning, I will quietly make my way down to the basement. Well, I guess make my way to the room I'm staying in. I will gather my gear and make my way out of the estate.
Would you quickly, if you don't mind, roll me a stealth check as you were going to try to make your way to this room?
I will, actually.
As a matter of fact.
Where's he back up?
First roll, Todd, it's got to be hot.
12.
It's...
Damn creaking floorboards.
Yeah.
Very lukewarm.
Well, I will say a 12 is not phenomenal. However, you make your way to your study is not far from the room there, and yeah, you're able to make your way over and pack up your, I would imagine, few belongings and make your way out. There is because of your kind of station here at this homestead, there is a ready chariot available to you.
Period.
Yeah, there's a chariot. If that is what you choose, I'm sure whatever transportation you took to get here.
Chariot
is
or a
also,
wagon?
a chariot is there. Oh, there's of course wagons. This homestead is a rather large estate on quite a bit of land. So there's a couple transportation options. There are different wagons for like either cargo or just proper chariots if you'd like.
Let's take a wagon.
It's there. It's ready to go. Are you going to try to have somebody actually drive this for you? Or are you just taking it?
Good question. Good question. I think I will. Well, from my room, I will proceed to the basement.
Okay.
I'm going. I guess I'll stop by the kitchen. I'll grab a few provisions.
Mhm.
Maybe place a thing or two in the wagon. If there's like I'll take a smaller wagon if there is one.
Sure. Yeah. I mean,
And
there's no reason
then-
there wouldn't be multiple.
I will set off.
Okay. And with that, you do have from where your homestead is located is a couple days journey from there. But I would like another character, if you don't mind, somebody else who would also find themselves in a homestead. And during the same day, during a slightly different portion of the day, a little bit later on in the night, as another character is in their room gathering things. If you don't mind, Jared, describing to me your character.
Yes, so Braf Laylor Van Denst is a 25-year-old human male. He has kind of shorter, kind of spiked, kind of dirty blonde hair. Kind of the sides are recently kind of trimmed, but they are starting to grow in a little bit. He has a couple of, kind of small little cuts and kind of things across his face, but for the most part, he has a very kind of smooth and, for lack of a better word, like well-maintained. Not a whole lot of detriment has happened to him, thankfully. I guess for better or for worse in his time. He currently as he's preparing to gather his things. He's currently wearing a long kind of darker brown overcoat that kind of hangs low, kind of to like his knees a little bit farther. He has his kind of nicer overall clothes, has a black vest on over top of a white kind of nicer shirt, has khaki pants, and then has acquired some kind of taller boots in order to kind of fend off any of the elements from getting and soiling his socks or making him uncomfortable. And he's currently just kind of gathering some things in his room.
Absolutely. And there in the space, you're gathering your stuff together, and then you hear the door open, but there is no knock at the door. And I think just there's a familiarity with that where you don't have to guess who that is coming in behind you. And then your mother, Farah, is sort of reaches out to you and says, Braf, I'm sure you know where you're heading right now. I don't know how you're going to get there, but I need you to kind of go with Gallon. He's heading off. He's heading off to do something, but we need somebody kind of, you could have spent time with your uncle. It'd be good for us. It'd be a huge help to us if you got close with your uncle. We haven't been good family in a while, but I'm sure you understand kind of the weight you'd help lift with that.
Not turning and looking at her, he kind of I'll kind of sit there and think. It's funny because I was already considering joining him, but he kind of was looking down at his things on the bed and then looks over to her and yeah, I'll go. And with that, he kind of just turns back and continues to kind of start to pack his things and just gathers, kind of throws his spell book into his satchel, throws a couple mismatching kind of spell component pouches into his satchel, finishes getting his actual backpack laced up and everything, and then he's just going to leave as soon as he's ready to go.
Yeah, as you're still getting your stuff together, Farah to say to you, I'd be quick about what you're doing, and however you're going to get there. He just left his room. He's making his way down.
Yeah, obviously. And I'll storm past her.
She lets you go past. There is not any degree of warmth as you are making your way past her. So you're set to do it exactly as she would like for you to do. And then as you are making your way down, then where is your trajectory? Or where are you heading?
So what time of day is it?
It is early hours of the morning.
Okay.
It is light has not yet fully hit. It's not yet any form of sunset.
Okay, I'm gonna go down to kind of the carriage house where a lot of the carts and things were are stationed in the main kind of entrance kind of portion of the estate, and I'm going to grab the handful of things that I purchased the day prior, in preparation of even just toying with the idea of going. I went out and I bought some things, so I'm gonna go grab those things, get them together, pack them in with my bag, and then I'm gonna kind of just hang out down there, make sure the coast is clear before I execute my stowing away.
As Gallon makes his way down into a carriage, I would like the first contested roll here, as I would like a contested perception and stealth roll, unless you have something else you'd like to do. As one person is getting in to drive a carriage, and the other person is
there any way
remaining unseen?
So if with me doing this, is he already there? There's no way that I could have gotten there before he had arrived?
I'm assuming you got there before he arrived. So whatever window you want to pick.
I would like to if he's not there, I would like to go when he's not present. If that takes.
There are multiple carriages.
So then, would they have read the letter before they gave it to me?
You do not know. You just got the letter yourself. So you do not necessarily. You can actually go ahead and give me an insight check on that.
Well, because wouldn't there'd only be one letter, and I assumed if I was inside, a courier would drop it off. They'd say, "Could you give us the Gallon?" And then they might have read it. 1.
It was the early hours of the morning. Again, you've been debating with family, despite your best intentions, to kind of steer clear all day. You got a letter that was kind of like a ticket out of there reasonably. I don't know if you really put too much more thought into the dynamics behind that. You just got a letter. Yeah.
Okay.
But I will say, Raph, you did beat him there.
Okay. So yeah, if I beat him there, then I want to use the him not being there to kind of make my entry, because I would assume that the wagon. Well, he isn't. Okay. Because
he had to select a wagon. Is the only problem with that.
Okay, got you.
Yeah.
So then I will wait for him to see which one he chooses to load up and get everything finalized. So I will wait for him to do that.
Because I rolled low on stealth, and then I stopped to grab a couple things. So yeah.
Correct.
So could be there.
Yeah, he's at this point when you're down the wagon loading up. At what point, as he's loading up the wagon, he's getting, as he's getting ready to go, are you going to try to go for it? That's going to change a couple things.
Honestly, I'm just going to wait until he either walks away to go back into to leave for any reason, or if he's like getting up to head out and like sets the reins forward, that's when I'll go. Anytime before then I'm going to wait.
All right, then it's up to you, Galen. Are you leaving for any reason once you have your gear, or are you just hiking Tim and heading out?
Go back for a bottle of brandy.
Okay. You realize there is a very important provision left behind. And then, of course, at that time, you are able to make your way. Are you just hopping in? Are you heading into the back of the wagon? What are you doing there?
I'm gonna jump in. I'm gonna jump into the back of the wagon. I'm gonna start like if anything I can put on top of me, I can do. I'm gonna do so. So if there's anything like a tarp or anything within the wagon that I can use to camouflage myself, I'm gonna do so.
Right. Go ahead. As Raph gets himself situated, Galen gets the brandy. At this time, I would like to get your contested checks, the stealth and the perception. As you're coming back into the wagon, and someone else is kind of hiding inside it.
Do I get advantage because I am currently out of line of sight?
You're hiding in the wagon?
I'm within it.
Within it.
I'm going to strap my longsword to my side. I'm just gonna throw my bag in the back.
Oh, shit.
Okay, I think with how Cavalier Galen's being yes, you're gonna get advantage.
Okay, great.
Or yeah, we'll do it like that.
Okay. Ooh, these dice off the rip. 22 for stealth.
Ah, man. That's not how DMs are supposed to be as players. You're supposed to get 3.
That's I know, right?
I got 16.
Okay.
Did I win?
Well, you successfully toss your gear in, Brav, as you're just kind of laying there. I imagine you're like kind of obscured. Do you have like your eyes poking out or anything? It's like you kind of like grab this, just kind of like a hide almost in there, and just like kind of like situate yourself underneath it, or are you just fully just over?
I'm actually just gonna use my jacket. I'm gonna literally like sit like ass all the way down, knees up to my chest, like back down, and I'm just gonna use my larger leather jacket and just like cover myself on top of like grabbing a couple things, and I'm just gonna be sitting there.
Yeah. So it just as you're sitting there, you just feel just like a thump against your legs there as another pack just like lands in. It isn't painful, but it is probably surprising to you. And then after not much.
There could be other cargo in there. I didn't check to see if there's already stuff in there.
This man's just gonna just steal the wagon. He said, "Bro, I hope there's cool things in here."
There could be a +3 longsword in here.
I'm not taking the time to unload the wagon.
Yeah, but very quickly, as you're sitting there, Braff, you feel the impact. You hear the horses kind of whinny a little bit, and you feel yourself moving. And that whatever direction you're heading, or like enough about the letter, you yourself having been able to read it, at least you're heading somewhere. But at some point along this journey, you're going to be traveling for at least 3 days.
I have a feeling that I will not be able to be inconspicuous for that long, but at least as long as we get to the point where he can't turn around, then I'll be okay.
All right. Well,
with 3 days.
Well, Galen, how long are you riding? You're just going until the horses need to stop?
Yeah, I suppose I'll. It's a wagon. It's not too long. It's not too terribly uncomfortable. I'll stop about midday for some lunch.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, there's traveling. You again inside, just with your coat over your eyes. Like you feel the rumbling and such. Eventually, you start hearing birds chirping. You can hear occasionally other wagons and other traffic going. You know you're traveling along a pretty major road, at least for part of this journey. And then it keeps going on down, eventually stops for a lunch. Are you going to just remain hidden at this point?
I'm going to remain hidden until nightfall.
All right, same thing, contested roll.
Okay.
I have to go back. I have to go back to find like my stuff.
This is not with any advantage or disadvantage.
I go and I search the bag.
Oh, 7.
What am I rolling? Investigation.
Yeah. So you're gonna roll in. They're gonna roll perception because you don't know to be investigating at this point.
Shit.
10.
Oh, so close.
You just go around. You pull off. It is like about autumn at this point. You guys are moving through. There's like a bunch of beautiful orchards as you're traveling through. You see multiple farmers picking apples. Not far from where you just pull off on a pretty scenic little ravine with a little creek running down. It is a beautiful lunch spot. And as you go through to reach through the pack and get whatever little provisions for a quick lunch, you do see there is just a boot sticking out, kind of conspicuously next to a box, and it's like looking up. Like as soon as you know what to look for, there's just a dude with a jacket over him in the back of your wagon.
Hell are you doing in here?
I immediately. Oh shit! I try to grab it. Hold on. Anyway, hold on. And you see Braff kind of just like immediately kind of sit up and kind of like kick back towards like the back portion of like one of the like raised walls of the wagon. Okay, hold on. Before you scold me or do anything rash, okay. First of all, I'm Braff.
You're Farrah's boy, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah, whatever that means. I prefer it to be considered Lon's son more than Farrah's boy, but it is what it is, I suppose. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. I honestly couldn't stand just all the bullshit that was going on at the manor. We'd already been there for like a couple of weeks, and so I'd already been planning on. I'd started thinking about ways to get out of there, maybe head back to my home city. But I figured a word had come to me. I don't know. I mean, obviously, the letter was meant for you, so I'm sure you're aware that you were requested to go on a hunt. But I was told by my mother that you were going on a hunt, and she figured it'd be maybe a good breath of fresh air or something like that to accompany you. But I didn't know necessarily. I mean, it's kind of weird to say. I mean, I'm not saying like I've been watching you necessarily for the last couple of weeks, but like obviously you're like one of the most interesting people of our family. I mean, I've heard only stories of your endeavors, and so I figured. Anyway, yeah, he kind of just like stops.
Well, I got a good way you can get back to your place. Walking.
Wait, no, wait, hold on, no. I stand up like nervously, and I'm like, hold on. I'm well practiced in magic. I can be more of assistance. I'm not just some loser that the family, that the majority of our family, consists of. No, I've been training for the last handful of years to practice magic, and I think that, I mean, if this hunt, obviously, if it proves dangerous, I feel like it'd be kind of beneficial to have me along.
You gonna talk this much the whole time?
No, I don't generally like to talk very much at all, but I figured, given the circumstances, I feel like it'd probably be best to try to, convince you that I should be able to stick around, so. He gulps vividly.
Whatever. Hand me my bag.
Which one is yours? There's like a bunch of different things.
Yeah, I think you being in there, there's like hay in here. Like you had to like push aside a pitchfork as he sat down. Like this wagon was made for moving and had farm equipment in it. So There's like just random like tools and stuff in here. There's certain little satchels just around.
I grab the one that was next to my foot, and I go, oh, I think, and I go and reach up and I pick it up. Is this the one? I mean, it hit me earlier, so, and I hand it over.
Take it. There's provisions in the crate right there if you want some. I
did bring. I kind of like gestured to my bag. I did bring some food, so I'm not completely useless. So
Yeah, we'll see about that. We're gonna head out about 10 minutes. And
okay.
I will leave. I'll step down and then I'll walk around the carriage.
I just kind of shrink and sit back down where I was. I breathe heavy. I exhale like a nervous exhale, like.
As you guys kind of realize, like, you finally like letting it know that you're here, and then of course, Gallon realizing that he does have a stowaway aboard. Continue traveling. That you've made it through most of one day. You have 2 more days of travel, and I guess it really comes down to Gallon. Gallon, how awkward is this travel going to be for the 2 of you?
Not awkward at all for me.
It's incredibly awkward
So for
me.
Breath, this is again on the top of the description that Todd gave for Gallon for his character, or at least one of the first things said is he doesn't talk much. He uses his actions. And are you even going to let him sit up front, or is he staying in the back of the wagon?
I guess probably like 5 more hours in, I'll call back to him. You gonna sit back there the whole time?
I'm reading a book. I mean,
Like on a moving wagon.
yeah, I'm reading a notebook.
Just-
I mean,
yeah.
I'm content back here unless you want me to accompany you up there, I suppose.
You choose to.
You hear the book kind of close, and then I do like the like over the shoulder like rest my arm because I'm assuming I'm like towards like the back or like the front portion where like it's like directly
Yeah,
behind
right.
where he is. So I like lean over. So I'm like, I mean, I've been so. Do you know of the academy? Oh, hold on, backstory. Do you know the academy known as Varcraft in Stormsword?
Would I know that, Connor? I probably would.
It's
might.
really, yeah, there's no reason you wouldn't know about it.
I think I've heard of it.
Well, I figured since I'm obviously the newbie here, very clearly. I mean, just I like half gestured to just you. I spent many years studying there, and so I've learned quite a bit. And if you want me to demonstrate anything, I definitely can while we're on our travels here. But I just don't want you to think I'm just gonna be some dead weight, or I don't want myself to think that you're gonna think that I'm dead weight. And so I just
How many fights have you been in?
well, there I had some. There was many occasions that when I was at Varcraft, I'd be picked on, bullied of sorts, and so getting to my wits' end with being, because I've always been, taller and and tall, but not so much strong, and so I decided to take up some private lessons, as they say, and so I've been in a handful of fights. I've only ever really sparred, obviously, and then there was that one time I beat the shit out of one of the kids that was bullying me for some time at Varcraft. But I'd say that's like probably the biggest fight I've been in. He kind of like skulks his head down. I mean, I never actually used my magic in an actual like real world like fight or anything.
Give you an eyebrow raise.
I just turn and I slide back in the cart.
And yeah, and again, a very non-awkward carriage ride continues as classic family bonding
Evan, what the
does
fuck
fall away.
Is this because we don't know?
guys...
Sorry.
Uh-huh.
I was gonna say, is this because
Good.
we don't know who Evan's character is, so he decided to distort himself until he shows up?
There's probably a level of that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, you guys just continue traveling. Are you stopping for the night for camping or anything, or what is Gallon's pace for this? Because you can get there quickly. You don't have to be there for about your allotted travel time, 3 days. There is an actual appointment.
You don't have to make haste.
You don't have to, but you can get. You guys are actually set to a town called Marcia's retreat is the last known part of like the normal empire before the Red Mire. That's where you guys are supposed to meet. So you can get there a bit earlier and wait for the rest of whoever your companions would be or whoever else is participating. But
Well, now that I have this stowaway, I will make a fast pace.
just a blood hunter, just well versed at just traveling breakneck speeds, pursuing hunts, and in this case, probably hazing a stowaway. You just keep moving. You're moving just through the night. You stopping for anything?
I mean, I'll stop for like a few hours.
I will say when it gets closer to the evening and we kind of like starts to slow a little bit, I will say I'll like call out to him as he's been looking straight ahead the majority of the time. If you need me to drive or anything, I mean I can do that. I know my way around a horse. I mean, okay, I would say. I mean, it's not the hardest thing ever, I would assume.
Be okay. Supposed to make it there in 2 days' time.
Okay.
So with that pace, you guys can just continue traveling on. As you said, just stopping for a short couple hours in the middle of the night. You're not gonna hand over the reins.
No.
All right. At some point, you guys stop. Brief amount of rest. I'm gonna say definitely not enough for your natural pace, Braff. But you guys make it through. You guys crushed this journey. Again, it was supposed to be 3 days. You get there in the morning of the day you're supposed to meet at night. You guys are making your way through. Again, there's plenty of orchards in this area. That all the harvests have kind of been mostly taken over. You're passing by fields that have mostly been cut down and harvested. You're passed by many mills and such. As you guys are kind of at this point traveling through large amounts of farmland and agriculture. But as you guys are coming towards Marcia's retreat here, you guys are coming towards coming through kind of a winding river. As you guys are this river kind of cutting through, you can see there's different ditches coming off the river, kind of feeding into different little agricultural areas, little spots that more actual water gets into the fields. And you guys make your way to probably the biggest town you've seen, at least the past day or so. There's a bunch of little manors and such as you go along. There's a bunch of little farmsteads, and there's the camera getting better. And then it gets angry sometimes. But you guys come up to this small, very wooden, kind of like a little like almost like a downtown area for all this. There seems to be a couple 2-story buildings, which is definitely an oddity here. There seems to be some sort of water mill way off in the town. But yeah, as Gallon, you might be feeling a bit tired as you put on this pace, which isn't great for you. But you're coming up on the destination. Somewhere in here is a little tavern, Marcia's Retreat, which is simply named the same, Marcia's Retreat, where you're supposed to meet up for the rest of the companions for the rest of your journey.
We arrive at the tavern.
Well, you guys are riding up right now. It's whatever you guys like to do. You see, as you guys are moving up, there's several horses and wagons, just kind of like as soon as you guys come into like this main town, the town's all completely on the left side of the road, and there is just some wagons like pretty much just parallel parked off there. There seems to be some kind of stables, but no one's really using them. People are just kind of leaving their wagons, leaving their horses, kind of just loosely tied up on some posts there and heading on in. Again, you're in the morning hours. So there's some people moving around. There's some like you see like there's some people going out into the field, just collecting some like apples and such. There's some people going through. You see like a bunch of smoke kind of billowing as some people are maybe doing some baking or some other type of industry inside. But you're in the kind of the business hours of this town.
So we'll pull up to the stable.
Yeah, just currently go past these wags. At this point, I don't know how absorbed you are, Braff, right now, and reading these notes, going through.
I have the book open, but I am looking around, and I do, as we kind of pull up, I do say, this place looks pretty up and coming. Do you know? And I do my lean over again.
The real sexy lean over? Yeah, I like that.
Lean. Hold on.
Yeah. Give us the POV.
So,
Oh!
So, how much do you know of this individual who is requesting you for a hunt?
We'll worry about that later. turn in the wagon to the stable hand.
Mhm.
And,
Yeah, it's like it is like not really an enclosed space. You guys are in a pretty temperate environment. It doesn't get that cold at any point in the year. So it is just like an open barn. There's just a stable hand there who kind of like looks up. There's like some wagons in there, but it's like as you're rolling up to the hand, there's like how long y'all in town? How long do you need to? Oh
comes up to both of us.
no, you're riding up in a wagon, so he just kind of looks up at
Okay.
you, the person driving it.
I guess I stop my sentence and I'll talk to the stable hand.
How long y'all in town? How long you need to come in? Most people, and he kind of gestures down to the side of the road there. Most people just park it over there for free. But if you want to like give the horses some rest and stuff, we'll take care of it for a while if you have a long stay.
Yeah, we'll probably be here a week.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome to Marsha's retreat, Marsha's rest, as some of us call it. Yeah, it's a lovely little town. A week. All right. Well, you guys part of the mill? You guys part of any of the? What brings you here? Is it go at this point? He's going to like kind of pet the horses. You have like this is a small wagon. You have just like a 2-horse situation. There he goes and pets the horses and kind of just like looks them over and such as he's chatting with you.
Just passing through, but we need to make a stop here.
Okay. But you want to leave the horses and the wagon for a week?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, whenever you cut it short, just let us know. But yeah, sure. That's only just going to be just about.
Possibly less, but I'll find you.
Yeah. I mean, I'm here. I own the stable. I live upstairs, and he gestures up, and there's kind of like a little stairway. There seems to be like some like little upper loft. Literally part of that stable, like that little barn structure there. Like I live here. This is my whole business, and like so yeah. Just if you need anything, knock. Some of my kids are running around. You can let them know. They'll come get me. But yeah, 10 gold sounds good. If you leave earlier than that, let me know, and I can give you a bit of a refund off that.
I will already be reaching into my coin purse and was drawing 10 gold pieces. I'm obviously a little farther back, so I'm doing that, and I'll be like, I got it, Gallon.
All right. I didn't know you had a friend back there. My bad. Yeah. If you guys want to, I'll take care of the wagon, take care of the horses. I'll just leave the wagon. Kind of refers to this kind of forward area of the barn. I'll leave the wagon there. Feel free to come get your stuff. It's not like we lock the place up. We don't really have issues with thievery or anything around here.
There's 2 more gold. If you would brush the horse down and check its shoes.
Sure. Oh,
And
for
maybe
sure,
a little
yeah.
extra food.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I don't want to say anything. Your horses do look a bit worse for wear right now. They look quite tired. So, yeah, no problem at all. If I could recommend, and he kind of gestures down, you guys are at the very end. Like, you guys went to the furthest end. You guys came from like the east side. You guys are now like towards the west side of the town. And it's like, and here he's like, like if you guys cut back there, if you guys head up north, or sorry, if you head down south into the town, you that big double building there, not far from the mill, you're kind of here and there. That is Marsha's retreat. That's the town. That's the hub. That's the tavern. That's the meeting hall. That's the everything. But you can get a place to rest, a bite to eat, whatever you need there.
As I hand over the gold, I do ask, oh, sorry, Connor. What was the name of the baron or do I know that, or did I not get told that?
You do not yet know that.
Okay, then I'll go.
The only person who does know that told you to fuck off and so many words.
What's the name of the baron?
It was Baron Valmar.
Valmar?
I will go ahead, and as I've already exited the cart, I hand over the gold, and I pass over the 2 that Gallon is. It's Gallon or Galen? It's Gallon, yeah? You said Gallon.
Gallon.
So as I'm looking around, this place looks fairly up and coming. Is this the newer town, or who owns or runs this shop?
Oh, well, actually, the new baron of the area, the guy who came through, Baron Valnar. He kind of gestures the road you guys were even on, and you kind of see it heads down. It seems to like wind down and go up a hill. If you head further down there, the madman, he and his men a couple of years back went to the Red Mire, and they built a little fort in there. And at first it was kind of a pain, but they dammed up the little river right here, so we have better agriculture. There's a lot of mill work going on out here, so we have that water mill. We've always had the orchards, but like now we have a lot of lumber coming through. And recently he stopped asking for taxes even from us, so we've been able to just take all that and just reinvest into our businesses and such. I certainly live a lot more comfortably now. So yeah.
So he's not currently here then.
No, he doesn't really leave the mire. He doesn't leave his little the fort they built up on that hill there.
I look over to Gallon and I just go, oh, well, thank you.
Sure. Yeah. Again, Marsh's Retreat, great spot. I highly recommend. We have a local cider that's really popular. He kind of like eyeballs Braff a little bit. I mean, we have a non-alcoholic too if you need. But we do have like a good cider, we have venison is pretty popular here. A lot of pies.
Okay. Yeah, I got you.
We have a lot. I don't know how to stress this enough. We have a lot of fruit options here.
I'm gonna go grab my bags.
Yeah, as he says, we got local cider. I pull out the bottle of brandy.
Oh well, my friend, you seem to have a far more local brandy on you, so that's pretty nice. But yeah, I'll get out of your hair. And you guys, perhaps we'll see you at the retreat. I'm normally there most nights. With that, he just kind of goes just nods and just like pays attention to the horses as like the dynamic of the situation is he wants to leave too, but his job is the horses that are in front of you. So he's just kind of like brushing them and like undoing their harnesses or their leads and such. And with that,
I'll when I jump back into the car, I'll hand down anything of gallons to him.
Sure. For sure. I do want to say, as you guys are getting your gear together, getting ready to head into Marsh's Retreat, a little bit earlier today, someone else did come down this road. Traveling alone, traveling a little bit differently, because I will have to ask, Cordell, did you bother to get a mount of any kind, or were you hoofing it?
I'm going to say I have a horse.
Okay, nice. Well, yeah, at least
I'm not walking miles.
I was fully ready for you to say, "Well, I'm barefoot." Yeah, but traveling along the same road, traveling maybe a little bit differently, but earlier that night, traveling into this area. If you could, Corey, describe your character.
Yes, I am Cordell Quicktopple. I am a 3-foot halfling, white-skinned. White hair, blue eyes.
He's albino again.
Features similar to a middle-aged man, weighing around 40 pounds. And I present myself in a kind of black sort of robes, very similar to what you would kind of imagine the stereotypical monk to appear as. You'll find me accompanied with a black leather whip made encrusted with some like runic runes
Nice,
in there.
nice.
Love the runic runes.
We love that.
Typically a quieter, more secretive man who's mastered the art of key, as I will be playing a monk.
Nice. I like it.
And a quieter step in a master of key, certainly, as I will say, Cordell, I would imagine your character arriving not only earlier on to this location, but probably arriving in the night. As you're going into a very sleepy, a very different looking version of this town. As you're making your way in, there's some fires going around.
I'll be right back.
They have no problem. There's some posted torches around as you're making your approach into this new environment. But there is, you can still see arriving as late as it is in the night. The moon is quite full in the sky. It's not quite a full moon yet, but there is certainly enough ambient light that you can still see on a kind of a cloudless sky. There's still smoke coming from, seems like 2 chimneys from the same building. But again, they describe the Marsh's Retreat, the inn as you're arriving. As you're coming into this town, not really noticing any posted guards. You're noticing there's people having some drinks. You can hear merriment. But as you're kind of coming into this town, is there any different way you might want to approach this than the rest of your compatriots will? Or are you just making your way in?
Nothing specific. I will keep my eye out for a stable so I can lock the horse up. and then make my way to the inn. If the stable would be open at this time, I don't know if that'd be a fair assumption.
Yeah. Well, at this time, again, the gentleman who owns the stable did tell the party he lived there, and that is certainly true. There's certainly a lot of light in there. And as you're arriving, again, a similar thing. Bunch of horses and carriages kind of pulled off to the side, roped up loosely. But as you're making your way past them, there is an open stable. It does have a bit of a gate in front that is still open at this time. As you're arriving, it is completely open and empty. But there does seem to be like some kids inside, like playing, running around with a bunch of a bunch of toys and stuff, just goofing off, like the classic. And I think everybody grew up doing this. They have two. Each of them has a stick, and they're swinging at each other pretty hard. There's a lot of that going on there. I got you. And then it's like, no, you didn't. It's like, I heard you scream. Then it's like they just wag, like just waving around back and forth. But the stable is open as you approach. One of the kids just noticed you, and it's like, go tell Pop we got somebody here. And then one of the kids, you see this kind of an older boy, the one you heard land a blow on the other one, does come out to you. Hello, sir. He's kind of looking you up and down. You can see he is doing kind of a thing where he's looking at you, and then he's looking like the size he's realizing he's approaching you doesn't make sense, and he doesn't know how to approach it. Like, hello, hi, sir. You need a place to keep your horse? We got stables here. My pop should be here just in a minute.
Yeah, pleasure to meet you. I'm Cordell. If I could park my horse here, how long until Pops gets here?
And he kind of gestures off back. You see the other kid kind of like stumbling up the stairs, up to like. And at this point, you see the same thing the others did, where there's kind of this upper left like loft area of some sort. You see there seems to be like actually like a fire of some kind inside too. Like there's kind of panes of glass in there. Yeah, there's a whole on Livingston there. He's like, but he gestures off to his brother. He's like, he's gonna go up. Pop's still up. You know, he stays up late, so he should be down in just a minute or two.
All right, I'll start tying him up. And
he gestures over. There's like 12 bays, by the way, in this stable, and they're completely empty. But he just gestures to like the first one in the first corner, and is like, yeah, if you want to just get up right there, Pop will be down in a minute. And then and if he sees you making your way over, he's like kind of hovering around, kind of like fascinated with you a little bit, kind of there, but he's kind of a little unsure about this. Again, black robed, white skin. But did you say 2.5 feet tall?
3 feet.
3 feet. My bad. That's a big thing to
that's
cut out.
a lot.
3 foot tall.
Is it a full-size horse?
Yeah.
My understanding was
a full-size horse. It's not like a pony.
As you and your specialty saddle and lead setup just like extended and like the feet are, so you can actually control the damn thing. As you get off with your probably expensive custom equipment, you set up the horse. The kid's kind of like watching, and you hear from them. It's like, Milo, get away from the guy. Let's give him some space. Hello, sir. Welcome to the stables. My name's Randall. Welcome to the stables here. This is how long do you need to stay? Welcome to Marsha's retreat.
Nice to meet you, Cordell. Do you charge? Can I do nightly? Is that an option I have?
Yeah, you can do nightly, and if you want to pay a bit more in advance, come to me. If you're leaving early, no problem. I'll give you the difference. But if you want to do nightly, that's fine too. I understand. There's sometimes work keeps you away, so you can't come in the next day or something. So it's whatever makes sense to you.
Yeah. Let's do 5 nights down payment, and then after that, I'll come back.
Sure, that's totally fine. It's just an 8 gold. That's
Okay. And I'll take a little pouch that I have, I guess, on my waist and pop out 8 gold and hold them out.
For you, it's a medium-sized pouch, but
Yeah. My medium size.
Hey, it scales. Hold on.
It scales. The coins are real heavy. But you handle it. It's like, all right, well, I appreciate that, sir. Yeah, we'll take care of the horse. We'll brush it. Yep. The coin's the size of a pancake.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, appreciate it. Again, Marsha's Retreat's the name of the town. Marsha's Retreat's the name of the place I imagine you might want to stay tonight. It's the inn. It's also the town hall. It's also a great tavern. There's probably still some music, still some people drinking, having a good time in there. But
Is that
yeah.
the place up ablaze over there? And I point to the smoke, not like
Oh.
actual fire.
Oh well,
It's on fire.
I hope it's not a blaze, but you're right, sir. It does have chimneys. Actually, it was just renovated like last year or so. So we just that second floor they added just a little bit ago. They got the nice hearth in there, so it's a little chilly tonight, but it's always good to have a fire regardless of how cold and how warm it is. So
Sounds splendid. Well, thank you very much for taking the
Yeah.
horse. I really appreciate it.
Mind if I ask what brings you to town?
Business.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Well, sir.
Yep.
you have a good rest of your night. Again, Marshall's Retreat. I imagine it's a bit late for me now, but if you're staying there a couple of days, maybe I'll see you. Maybe I'll see you over there sometime tomorrow if you're still around. But
For sure.
suppose you have a good night. And what was it again?
Cordell.
Cordell. That's a unique name. I gotta say, and I hope this isn't rude to say, I don't think I've seen any halfling.
Halfling, yeah, not rude at all. It's pretty much like you, but half.
Oh, well, I mean, you said it, not me. But
Oh.
it's always good to see different travelers around. This town's grown quite a bit, so it's fun to see the new travelers, the new folk.
I'm glad there's space for me.
Well, we got half the space works for you apparently.
Man thought the word half was a slur. He said, "You said it, not me."
That's not what I tried to, but Randalena learned, man. But I was like, yeah, I guess you go up and you have a good night now. And with that, he'll leave you to get your space, get whatever you need off your horses, then he'll come attend to it as you make your way out.
I'll gather my belongings as I kind of get prepared to go, and then just start on foot.
Yeah, and as you're leaving, it is kind of like chilly, but it's a comfortable. It feels you could feel like in the night, like maybe no more than a week or two ago, a night like this might be like a comfortable kind of crisp, like a summer day. It's going more into autumn, so now it's a bit cold, and especially at this hour, it's like getting towards midnight. But there's the promises of fire, food, and whatever else might be in the one spot worth being in this town. So just like a short walk away, there seems to be a decent amount of torchlight going. And actually, as you are, I'm presuming, making your way towards there, right?
Yeah.
But as you're making your way there, if you could give me a perception check, that'd be lovely.
It is.
Oh, I thought he was just pausing for effect.
I thought it was super dramatic.
No.
I was like,
I gotta
shit.
figure out my
Okay.
stats.
Oh, okay.
I get
3.
that, yeah. A 3. Well, as you're walking in, it's quite dark. There is obviously all these torchlights, but like just the differences in there, like the shadows are quite steep. You've been traveling quite a bit longer than the other two have. You've been moving quite a bit to get here, and you're probably feeling it about now.
Feels like twice the
Especially-
distance with my stature.
But hey, I'm sure that will not be a reoccurring theme. But as you're making your way down, like you're tired. Like the town seems a bit nicer than anything you would expect to see out here. A lot of it seems like kind of newer construction. As you're walking, you're smelling like the oil from these lamps. You're smelling like a lot of like the kind of this like the fresh like the apple and such. Again, as they're surrounded by orchards here, but you're also smelling like pretty fresh cut wood. And as you're walking through, there seems to be like some paint and such, but all these buildings seem relatively new construction, or at least refurbished in some way. Like even like the thatching on the roofs and stuff doesn't seem super aged. This is a very newer town you're making your way through, and especially as you're making your way, you're walking along and you have to take a sharp right to go up to where you see the smoke billowing, and there you see a far better example of that, where you're seeing like an actual cedar roof house there. 2 big old brick stone chimneys kind of coming up on either side. They're a quite large structure there, and you see Marsh's Retreat. Presumably, there seems to be like a big, almost open like patio area. No one's at it right now, but there's different like chairs and such around. You could hear laughing and kind of like music playing inside, and you can even see some patrons kind of moving out. But dominating the entire scene here, this 2-story building, would be the largest building. Except you do also hear, not far away, kind of still obscured by this structure.
Pause for dramatic effect.
That dude. Wait.
Hey, you all right?
Hey, DM.
Roll a death saving throw.
What do we see? What do we see?
Oh,
Huge XP drop.
Dude, pause.
Nice.
Bro.
Oh man.
Connor, don't
Uh-oh.
leave us like this.
So while he's
That's
gone, I
awesome,
figured
movie.
that I could probably turn. Once things start getting spooky, I'm gonna turn my light off.
Oh,
Yeah.
you have your. Okay, so
Oh.
yeah, while he's gone, Jared, I have some technical questions for you.
What's up, man?
If I really gotta pee, like I just did, should I just turn my video off, or can I, like I do in Axiom Run, switch to my phone and listen in and keep my video off, or will that really fuck things up?
If you turn the video off, it'll offset everything, all the other people's cameras on stream.
Okay, so I shouldn't do that.
Yeah, you.
Yeah. Carry your camera with you.
Yeah, take it into the bathroom.
Okay.
As long
we
just
generally-
face it
we
to the
generally just
ceiling,
spit on
bro.
stream.
Just face it to the ceiling. No, honestly, if you want to bring it and it lets you tune in, it doesn't matter all too much. I did notice that when you were gone the first time, the only people that messed up was Connor. Everyone actually, Corey and Todd, theirs was actually still good. So I mean,
Here, I'm gonna do it again. What does it look like?
yeah, I mean, if you have the stream pulled up, you can see that it just clips Connor directly in half.
Oh shit! I do not have the stream anymore. Here, I'll turn it back on. Stop previewing the video, you caulk. All right, here we go. Is it all good now?
Well, no, now you're cut in half
Well,
because
yeah.
Connor's gonna. But yeah, no,
Fucking Connor.
what's nice is it does fix itself automatically.
Cool.
But
How do you have it like? Do you just zoom in on each of our videos?
so I window
on
capture.
Discord?
So I window capture 4 times the Discord pop out because I pop it out and I move it to its own window, and then each person I crop them and then I slide them into their overlay, and then for me I have a direct feed of my better camera positioned differently. Oh.
What?
He has returned.
Got out and then rebooted unprompted. I was in the middle of seeing if there was a car crash into a CenturyLink somewhere, but I talked for a while. I talked for a while before
Damn.
realizing everyone was frozen.
Oh, shit.
I have no idea when I dropped out.
You
I was
said
talking
you
for a
see.
minute. I'm like,
Yeah, you were like, you see.
Like as
And
you come
then-
up over the yeah.
Like, what
how
do we
far?
do?
I said UC a lot. So how far? What did I describe before I said UC?
People were going in and out of the tavern.
Oh, yeah. So I probably talked for a good 3 minutes. After
Yeah,
that.
if you've been gone like me, yeah. Evan asked 4 questions. It's been like 10 minutes, so I might want to just recap.
No, hey,
It's all good.
I'm just glad because it's happened before with my internet where it dropped out. There was an outage somewhere in Seattle because of CenturyLink, and it's like, well, it'll be up sometime tomorrow. So I'm like, oh, cool.
Oh shit.
Thank God we're just streaming.
Yeah, exactly.
So I appreciate. I'm assuming you guys keeping the party alive while it's
Yeah,
going.
hell yeah.
Can you
Yeah.
guys hear?
We all
Can you
leveled.
hear my cat purring?
No.
I can hear you purring, but that's about it.
Damn,
Grrr.
it's so loud.
Can
All
you
right,
hear me?
let's jump it. Let's jump. Here we go. Back
You
into it.
see, so again as you come to the corner, you see this kind of the cedar roof of this building. You see the brick and stone fireplace, smoke coming up. You see the patio outside. You see people coming in and out. You hear the music of the place. Like it is, though it is kind of the wee hours of the night. There still seems to be people in there having a pretty good time. As far as like the weeks go, the next day should be a day of rest. This shouldn't be a traditional work day, but it's also agriculture. It is like the harvesting season. They might be working tomorrow, but they're certainly not like drinking like they're working tomorrow. At least by the noises you're hearing inside, it's a bit too loud for people to be very casual with this. But, and this is why I was so screwed up when you said, you stopped when you said you see.
I was realizing.
you also see.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I realized that as a DM, you say that about 400 times a description. So,
Yeah, especially it's like, let me set up the scene. It's like, okay, you're going to say you see 30 times. But also you see, this is, as far as you're, like, you can see effectively in front of you, the only two-story building short of, off in the distance, somewhere behind it, partially obscured by this building alone, you can hear a mechanical. And you see, with that, there is, off the distance, you can see kind of the glowing of the moonlight coming off this. There's this large water wheel rotating off in the distance. There seems to be some kind of larger wooden tower. It seems very much more industrialized than kind of still functional, but a more decorative structure you're seeing on this tavern. But there's this town. You're hearing the kind of the as the water mill is kind of moving and generating whatever power to whatever it is. But this town seems a bit more industrialized than you might have expected coming to what was on a map and what was described to you in any form of passing as a rather quiet town on the frontier.
Is my character able to make like any link between the renovations and the Baron?
You can absolutely roll me an insight check. And I think because of this particular situation, I will say Cordell can roll this with advantage.
Just a second, I dropped it.
You dropped it with advantage.
14 with advantage.
Okay. 14 with advantage. Yeah, the renovations seem quite insane, even if an influx of money came through. This is a large amount of work that took place, certainly. And from what you know about this place, anything recently would only be in a span of maybe 2, maybe 3 years ago. So all this work taking place, it most certainly would have to do with the Baron and what you especially know of him.
Take a mental note and disdain of the Baron, and then I'll proceed to the inn.
All this prosperity, that son of a bitch.
Yep.
You make your way into the inn. As you're passing by, many shuttered shops as you're passing by. There seems to be separate from the stables. There seems to be some sort of blacksmithy that you can see kind of set out. There's like just loose there, like on a table in front of you. There's horseshoes and nails. You can see that there's like seems to be some sort of forging of this kind of large, like 20-foot long saw with like 2 handles being kind of made there. As you move a little bit further, you can still kind of smell. You don't know if it's from the inn or what you're passing. There's a baker there. There's like you can see inside there is like kind of like it's kind of becoming ashen inside as you're going in, but or more reduced to like glowing coals. But there seems to be some form of oven in there where someone was making bread, maybe no more than a couple hours ago. And then as you keep going, there seems to be kind of like the main commerce area, this kind of square that's being created by the patio and by the actual inn you're heading towards. But everything else is quiet. There might be a tailor, there might be several other like just trinkets, general stores, things like that. But as you're making your way in into the inn, you can hear like the soft strumming of music. You do hear that where you're at is maybe not quite as lively as you might have expected from the outside, but there's still a lot of activity, a lot of laughing and merriment taking place inside. Are you just making your way in?
So I assume I've received my letter like that a while ago at this point.
At this point, a while ago, yes.
When is like the rendezvous? Where and
rendezvous for you should be tomorrow evening.
Tomorrow evening in this town, correct?
In this town.
Okay. I'll just go up. I assume there's like a barkeep there. I want to make my way towards that staff member.
Yeah, as you make your way inside, like as you go in, there seems to be a large amount of pillars kind of moving up. You can tell looking around there's like a stage where somebody might have been formerly playing music for tips, but now there's just someone kind of leaning on it, just kind of loosely strumming at a lute, just drinking more with a group of people around him there than anything else. There's a couple other patrons eating some meals. But yeah, there seems to be like behind the bar immediately in front of you, there seems to be like an old kind of grizzled guy, big old bushy white beard. He's wearing an apron that seems to have been stained many times over the years, but he's still wearing it. He's just sitting there just like aggressively cleaning a tankard as he sees you approach.
Excuse me, sir.
Look. Oh, hey there. You look new. Hey, welcome to Marsh's Retreat. I'm I'm not Marsha. My name's Marsh, but welcome to my establishment. What can I get?
Oh shit.
Nice to meet you, Marsh. My name's Cordell. Do you have a night or a room I can stay at for the night?
Yeah, I think we got. I want to say here, and kind of looks over to the side, kind of like sets the tinker down, and kind of leafs through a book, like kind of like using his fingers, like his hands are wet, and he's trying to get as little contact on this book as possible. Yeah, looks like we have every room available actually right now. What do you need? Just yourself or?
Just me. Just looking for a place to rest. How much is your nightly rate?
Oh, just a gold.
1 gold a night?
Yep.
I can definitely do that. I'm gonna reach into my pocket my
Yo,
I like
sack.
that Jared is aggressively going to look at the economy.
oh, one gold a night. Wait a minute.
Can't lie, I didn't even put gold in my character sheet.
No,
I figured it's not super relevant, so I was like, whatever.
Gold are very relevant.
Bro, that's the first thing I added to my character sheet.
Yeah.
I had to pull out a gold from my sack and hold it out to him, and I'll take 1 night, please. What's my checkout time?
Before somebody else wants the room, if you haven't paid, we're not.
Got
Most
it.
of the workers at this point, they kind of set up on camps and stuff out in the outskirts of town. So, with that being said, what brings you to town, and need anything to drink? As he's kind of fumbling through, getting some stuff underneath the cupboard.
Mainly traveling through for some business. I won't be here long. Maybe a night, maybe 2. We'll see how things go.
Where are you traveling to? I don't know if you know, but Marsh's retreat is kind of the end of the road. Or unless you're not going to that mire, are you?
Do I have any insight into what the mire is, or is that where we're going?
You know, communicated from a letter that you are doing a
Okay.
hunt in the Red Mire, but that is all you would know about it.
This is my stop. I'm here to conduct business.
Oh, so you're traveling.
Good
through
save.
Here.
Yeah, to here.
Go ahead and roll me a deception check.
Good save. Good save. Nicely done.
Do I get advantage?
Man, no.
What? Fucking what?
I have a -1 for charisma.
Oh shit.
3.
Oof.
And he's he just kind of gives you a side eye. He's like, okay, well, then in this case, for no reason at all, in case you go wandering, be careful in the mire. A lot of folk, even still, construction crews and stuff, they always have people traveling with them, little guards, little group of guards at least. There's paved roads, or not paved, but you know, cobblestone hasn't made its way that far in yet. But
What's
the
the
bridges,
danger?
it's a marsh. You know, creatures. There are still some of the local inhabitants in there. They mostly leave us alone now, but still traveling through. You want to keep an eye out. I would say a common thing I hear people traveling through is if you hear someone calling for help, keep walking. That's a pretty common thing in there. But if you're just staying on a normal trail, if you're just still moving, stay on the road. You should be good.
Well, thank you very much, and I'll hand over a gold.
Thanks. And then he just goes. He's like, all right. Then he just hands. It's like a wooden plaque with just a number on it. It's like, all right, you're room number 1. There's no key attached to it. It just is room 1.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Don't lose that. It's a pain in the ass to make again. But yeah, if just someone asks you why you're there, you show them that. But yeah, the upstairs rooms. You need anything to drink or eat?
I'll be back down later. I appreciate it.
And then you're free to, you go up to the room just upstairs, similar to the loft area you saw in that barn. You make your way upstairs. There's kind of almost like more affixed to the roof structure that was built than it is to the ground. There are some pillars connecting it, but it's just kind of like this, kind of a narrow hallway connecting these rather small rooms. The beds are more hay than anything. But just because of all the fires down below, you're currently stressing about the gold, aren't you?
Bro.
Hey, bed for 1 gold.
Holy shit.
Robber baron.
I will say you guys are out in the frontier, and that's part of the reason why everything's going to be pretty expensive.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
We'll start swinging.
Stars.
but also he just goes in with a sword. I have no context. And then
Metagame.
yeah, but you make your way in for the night, and then is there anything specific you want to do with this night as you got here a bit early, or are you just gonna let the night pass?
Would you allow? Well, I guess you
A
will.
fire
It's just
to
a
be
matter if I can
started?
do it. I'm gonna put down my gear, like everything I have with me,
Yeah.
and just be nude, but in my robes. I want
Nude but
to.
clothed.
We called that
nude
slick,
with
but okay.
clothes. I don't know how to.
Slick.
Um,
He's slick.
Commando, if you will.
and, yeah. And I want to take my whip and try to fasten it to look like a belt. Is that?
That is 100% allowed. I will only ask for, and I'll let you kind of pick a stealth, or I guess no, just make it a disguise check. Is probably the best thing there. If you want to just roll raw stealth, I will allow it just because you are very familiar with this piece of equipment.
23
And which one is it?
stealth.
Stealth. Yeah, you just go. The runes on it, like you now know, there's a certain way to tie it around. There's a certain knot, and like once you like choke up at a certain part of the whip, and you have that as kind of a marker. When you fold it around and tie it, make this loose knot. The runes almost kind of make a pattern, so it looks still very simple for what you're wearing. It does look like it's kind of almost this some sort of religious maybe, or certainly a very pious looking loop. Someone might confuse it for like some sort of mark of martial ability, as you're also kind of wearing a black gi right now. But yeah,
With the hood,
it looks.
forgot to mention I have a hood.
Yes, you do also have your hood there as well. But yeah, it looks very natural with there. I will say, if something were to pop off, you would not be able to get this available quickly, but it is still there.
Fair.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to kind of fasten that as a belt, and then I have a dice set for my game
Me
set
too.
or whatever it chooses.
Yeah, welcome to the club, nerd.
Yeah, you're not the only one, buddy.
So I want to essentially, I imagine I have like a little gold pouch. I want to fasten that to my belt and then put my dice set alongside, and then I'll head down to the tavern-ish side of the inn, the main floor, and find the table, an open table.
Sure. Are you trying to do anything with this, or are you just gonna try to eat and like swindle some money, or what's your goal?
Actually, I want to stop by the bar and grab a drink and just sit and roll dice alone.
Okay, well, you do what I IRL do about every Friday night. You get
Hell yeah.
a drink alone in a bar, and you just roll dice at a table.
You get naked except for your clothes.
You get naked except for your clothes.
Yeah,
you
you
fashion
strip.
a bullwhip into a belt.
Nice.
Yeah, you're down there. You're given a pretty nice cider, just very crisp here, especially as you're here in this inn, as you kind of settled into the temperature. It is very warm in here. Like, arguably, they don't need both these fires going, but they definitely do. And you're very warm in here. You're kind of glad you stripped naked aside from your clothes. Very breathable here. Yeah, and then unless there's anything specific you want to do with this,
I have a specific
this is how you
question.
spend your night. Yeah.
Cordal, are you going commando in your robes, or do you wear underwear?
Want to roll for it?
What? I imagine myself with kind of a cloth on my feet for my shoes. So
That's not the question.
Yeah, I need you to
No,
answer
that
that.
wasn't the
I need you
He's avoiding the
I would
question. He's
imagine
avoiding the question.
as I have cloth on my feet, I have cloth on my
Me? Hey, it rhymes. Okay.
yeah, exactly. I've got cloth
My
around
meat
that
are
area.
cloth. Aside from my cloth on my meat, my feet, and my clothes, he's made.
Evan, you are muted. Evan, you are muted.
But yeah, I have a little strip of cloth down there.
Nice. That's
Nice.
cute.
Yeah.
The sweat roll keeps it in place. Okay, I got you.
Just in case there's anyone under the table, I don't want them to be peeking up my robes.
Very good. Okay.
Oh, never mind. We're going past that one.
What exactly did you take off? Just like your backpack?
Yeah, just my backpack, gear. I don't know,
you're
kind of whatever
yeah,
you would
you are-
imagine adventurers show up with on a horse,
Okay.
all
Oh,
that
yeah.
crap.
You might have had like a
Just such a-
cloak on and such.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe
Yeah,
if I have
gotcha.
a lantern, I'm just getting rid of all this extra like traveler stuff.
Okay. It's just a
He's getting
curious
about it.
way
He's
of
getting about as
putting it.
light as
Yeah,
God will let him,
Okay.
while also
exactly.
wearing clothes.
It left more questions than it answered.
But as the night carries on, the group kind of over there, like there's the one guy kind of strumming at his lute, very brightly decorated. Like he's wearing like a big old kind of like a red overcoat, still in this hot environment, just strumming away. There's a kind of a group of like 5 or 6 people around, and they all seem to be wearing more of their work clothes. They're all just kind of sitting there, just goofing up, chatting. Like he's like kind of loosely strumming. Every once in a while, he'll hit a chord, and they'll kind of like sing a line of the song. But like there's not really music being played here, as opposed to what's happening on the stream right now. He's just kind of strumming away. It's very loose. Everyone's just they're kind of off in their own corner. Everyone else in this establishment has kind of made their way out back into town, wherever their home might be. Not just you and these guys. Are you gonna do anything with this tonight, or are you gonna enjoy your drink, enjoy your time, and retire?
I'll pretty much just be enjoying my drink and playing a made up dice game that my character knows. And I'll be doing that for the night, mainly to see if there's anyone that approaches me. But I'm not actively seeking out anything else.
So
I'm
you
just
are
checking
doing
the city out.
you're literally playing an NPC and seeing if a party of adventurers
the
comes
reverse
up.
roll.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like it. Go ahead and
Well,
roll
I
me,
received quite the letter, so I want to see if what's up with this town.
roll me a perception check if you don't.
8. Do I have? I think I don't. Yeah, 8.
Cordell
Just 8.
is definitely dead once we step foot in the marsh. Good luck, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah. With an 8, you're kind of looking around. This building that you're in, again, as a 2-story building, and a lot of the construction around you suggests that like it was built with 2 stories in mind. This one does, in the way there isn't a lot of windows. There's windows. There's like some glass, like through like kind of a looking glass through like the door and such. It's like it is a lot more open than you might expect a lot of towns like this to be. But even still, you're kind of restricted to the view in here. The bartender doesn't seem to pay you in mind. He goes, and whenever your drink's about empty, he goes and tops you up there. He offers you some food at a certain point. He goes over and he kind of spends more time over there with a group of people. He's laughing with them, chatting. He seems like this is like a group that probably actively comes over and stays late at the bar. But you don't notice anyone in particular paying much mind to you. You notice some glances over in your direction. You're probably about 30 feet away or so from this group, but they're very involved in what they're doing. You hear so many like stories that are so disjointed. Like for them, it's probably they're sharing a story they've told 7 times, but you're just hearing stories about like, and then she tripped over that root, and then they all just start laughing before the punchline even hits because I've heard the story 7 times, and it makes no damn sense to you. But they're just doing their own thing. There's no one approaching you.
I mean, is there a lot of foot traffic in and out? Is there
At
nothing?
this point, there is none. Like there was like 4 or 5 people in here. By the time you came down from your room, there's like 3 other people, maybe, like still at their own tables. 2 of them were sitting together. 1 was sitting alone. But they quickly, it's seemingly again with your rule, made their way out.
No one played dice with me. Feels bad.
No one played dice with you. You kind of just play with your dice by yourself.
Okay.
Sorry for the night.
Where is the rendezvous for my note?
It's in this bar.
Oh, it's this bar?
Mm-hmm.
And it's very dark outside?
At this point, it is very dark outside. Yeah, it's past midnight. Again, well lit around the town and such. There's a lot of light just being ambiently produced just because there's torches everywhere. But it's dark out. It's really dark. Aside, I guess, again, it's getting close to a full moon, but it is pretty dark.
I just kind of want to scout out the inn, kind of go around, check the perimeter and stuff, see what's up.
Go ahead and give me an investigation check. And then
just real quick,
after
Connor, did we come in? We came in the next morning, correct? So this is
the
happening
next morning. This is happening before you guys get
Okay,
there.
good.
This is the night before.
Gotcha.
9.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm fucking with timeline. It's fun, casual
Yeah,
thing to do.
fuck
for
on
no
that
reason.
timeline, bro.
Yeah. A 9. How are you going to go about investigating this tavern?
I kind of want to appear as a guy just casually walking around.
Sure.
And
Yeah,
then, glancing.
yeah. You're looking around. This tavern. You're familiar with taverns, especially in this area, having a lot of like, or I guess more just any frontier area. There's normally a lot of like, like deer heads or maybe like some fell beast or something like decorated up there. Sometimes, like, if we're in a place, especially like this, where it seems a bit more agricultural, they might lean a little bit more into like a mural, some painting somewhere, maybe like some carved wood. That's completely absent here. Though it's a tavern, it's very lived in. There's a lot of people a lot of room for people. You can tell it's very active. In that way, it seems very stale. It's very sterile, I should say. This is a new building. It doesn't have that character that kind of comes with a long lived-in establishment that's known. And looking around, investigating, there's one entrance in the front. There seems to be a back door past the bartender into some form of maybe kitchen area. You can definitely smell a bit of cooking. At this point, probably long done, as it's late into the night. But there's like bunches of bar, like just benches, tables, a couple of chairs as you get closer to this kind of like lifted stage with kind of a permanent podium sitting there with all the other people are kind of gathered at now. Several like hanging like chandeliers, like different candles and such on them. But there is, as far as like what I'm assuming what you're probably looking for, something a little bit more nefarious, maybe like a mark of some kind that might lead you in a direction, maybe some form of like a trap door or hidden trap. Looking around, still trying to keep you on the level here. You're not really able to see anything like that. At least nothing that's jumping out to you.
Okay.
And I think also a conclusion you could draw is normally you would see those types of things in like a lived-in place. But this new construction, you don't know if they just built it and put a trapdoor in somewhere. You never know, but this place seems to have a cellar in there somewhere just because you see the bartender go down at one point to get you your cider. But that's not necessarily a mark of concern. That's just a smart thing to do to keep your drinks cool.
Yeah. And that will be pretty much all I do. I think kind of take a look around the place and then make my way back up to my room and hit the hay.
Gotcha. You sleep through the night undisturbed. Just resting. But yeah, hey. And again, I know I said this.
Wait, we get a level? Wait, we get a level.
I said this off stream. I was messing with you guys a little bit when I said, yeah, if you guys get a long rest, you can level up.
Yeah, we did.
I will happily start that counter. Because for one, you guys slept like 3 times.
Yeah, me and Gallon are level 17.
Yeah. Let me just adjust some numbers on these encounters.
Oh shoot.
Add 400% challenge.
I will say, I am planning on you guys being level 5, and we can see what happens. I'm not opposed to throwing a level 6 at you at some point.
Okay.
Same.
If you're alive.
XP in a bottle.
XP in a bottle. Yeah, it's a very famous potion. It's a famous just casual drink. That's what Corey's been drinking this whole time.
Level in a bottle.
Level in a bottle. Yeah, he's had like 4 of them. Level 9. But you sleep well throughout the night, and I will say, getting there so late, unless you make a specific Ace is ready. He's not comfortable through sleeping well throughout the night. Waking up at this point, you wake up. You're not like there's a small kind of slit window in your room, but there's not really enough light to wake you naturally. So as you wake up, it is well into the morning by the time you wake up, having gone to bed probably like 1 or 2 at the time because you rolled into the bar about midnight. And there you are, free to gather your things, head downstairs, and see what might be going on, or investigate up here for whatever reason that is your fancy.
About what time is it? Just like if I were to.
It's late morning.
Normal person time. Okay.
Yeah, late morning. And the normal person time is late morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yo, pull out your Apple Watch and find out, dude.
That was a magic item I offered to everybody. You guys could just have an Apple Watch. Everyone turned it down for some reason. That's okay.
It always tells me to stand up.
Mine's been annoying. Mine's been annoying me this whole time. Like, you're doing great. I'm like, I know.
You just hit your standing goal.
Your sitting goal for the day.
I am literally going to go downstairs just as naked as I went down there last time.
Which is clothed.
So not naked at all.
Yeah,
which is not naked at all. And is there a bartender there or an employee?
It actually seems quite loud in here too for a morning. There seems to be like maybe 40 or 50 people in here at this point. Like, there's tables are completely full of people. You can see some of them are, most of them have like aprons of some form with different tools on them. A lot of them have different hammers and such going through. It seems to be some form of like mid-shift or early shift break, as a lot of workers are coming in here getting food, getting meals and such. You can smell that there's a sincere amount of like cooked meat and coffee being dished out to these people as like whole benches are being taken up by people. But yeah, there's several people you haven't seen before now. There's like some server staff moving around and just doling out food and such. They seem to have like all this food ready to go as these people showed up. But there is the bartender there. At this point, he's, instead of aggressively cleaning a mug, he's aggressively cleaning a ceramic cup at this point. Just scrubbing it. You can see there's like thick black coming out of it. He's like scrubbing a coffee cup that's probably been missed a couple too many shifts.
Is there any like similarities amongst all the patrons? Like, do they look like a big group of miners or, you know, something of the sort?
Wait.
They do seem like. Go ahead and give me a perception check here.
All the 18. Okay, cool. Never mind.
Especially you're seeing like there's a large amount of like, even traveling with them. Some, like a couple of them just have hacksaws with them. Some of them have hammers. Some of them have like felling equipment. These seem to be in some way, shape, or form lumber workers. And some of them seem to be like for falling trees. Some of them seem to be for the construction aspect itself. Moving around, there's like, so you see some younger guys, like probably like not quite full-grown men, just, you know, like late teens, moving around. They seem to have like large backpacks full of like a bunch of different nails and such inside of the blacksmith he must have made not long ago. Just like they're moving up and down, even like they're kind of helping the serving staff, like getting food to and fro. With that 18, you also do notice everyone's kind of sitting on. There's people milling about, but the door does open as everyone's moving around in here. And then at this point, this would be when Gallon and Braff make their way into an inn.
Real quick. I want to fuck with the timeline. I want to fuck with the timeline even more. Before we go in, can I have a conversation? Can I have a conversation with Gallon, or try to, I guess?
Sure. Yeah, you guys, because it's bright day, bunch of torches are empty and out, but there's people moving around. There seems to be a large amount of activity, as it was described. Like, you're making your way up a pleasant walk on a nice kind of fall day up towards the tavern. Go ahead, whatever you guys would like to be doing.
So, Gallon, I mean, I think it's safe to say that you're obviously an adventurer of sort, but I am curious, before we, you know, get any more involved in this than we are, if you maybe enlighten me with maybe how far your experience goes back.
What do you mean, how far my experience goes back?
Like, how long have you been doing adventuring, or whatever it is that you know, obviously, as I gesture to like everything, like your belt, your sword, everything, obviously you are equipped quite heavily, so I was curious as to what or how long you've been doing what you've been doing.
Twice as long as you've been alive.
Well, I mean, that's what I figured as much, but I mean, at least in some ways that's reassuring for me. Okay.
Is that
is it?
Yeah, and then another comfortable for one, a deafening to the other silence washes over the two of you as you make your way through. Again, as I was describing for Cordell as he's moving up, similar thing. The blacksmithy, of course, as you guys make your way past, is lively. There seems to be like 3 or 4 people there. One kind of older man watching over a group of like 3 kind of younger guys going through. Seem to be like mass producing nails. There's a little hammering. There's a forging process. You can see they're like dipping it, and like there's a lot of steam washing through. There's like just making tons of nails. You can smell as you're walking through just like this lovely scent of this like fresh bread as you're moving by the baker. And you can see someone outside like kind of leaning out. This tailor, someone's just going through, just making a bunch of stuff. This is an active, lively town you're moving through. And the patio outside of even this tavern as you're moving up to.
Is it like chairs and stuff outside the front? Is that what the patio is?
There's tons of chairs. There's
Nice.
like permanent benches. They seem too heavy for someone to scoot and move comfortably.
Okay.
These are like cut out, like It's one of those table things that I think we've all seen, where it's like it's a log was cut and like split out like a couple inches of it.
Mhm.
That seems to be like a kind of a smaller logs that kind of are halved for the benches. But these large cutout sections of like an actual like large trunk are used for those tables. But there seems to be a couple people sitting there just idly chatting, not even participating in the tavern scene.
Also,
But,
I would like to make it a note that I've been like walking like not in line with Gallon, but like a little bit behind, like a follower.
Yeah.
But I do kind of like bridge that gap a little bit. And I'll just kind of like whisper a little bit, like, "All right, well," right before we enter, I'll be like, "All right, I'm just gonna follow your lead."
And then you make your way in.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said that to you. Yeah.
I'll step into the doorway. I pull out the letter and I read it.
In the doorway.
Do I see him with the letter?
This man,
Perception check, please.
he's just immediately letter detector.
I am imagining Sea of Thieves. He's like, if I read it in front of this rock, it just starts glowing green.
Yeah, there you go.
As Gallon's doing that, I do want to like look over and see if I can discern any information about it.
In that case, are you going to try to... I can't
It's a
see
9.
it yet.
It's
Okay.
something. It's something.
Are you going to try to hide this letter at all as you're pulling it out, Gallon?
Does the letter say who we're meeting?
It does not say who you're meeting. It's saying that you are meeting. Everybody is meeting here. It does not say who you are meeting.
I see that Braff is trying to read it and I hand it to him.
Then, hey, you pass your
I
perception
noticed.
check. But I would still like you, Braff, having like glanced at this before. This is your first time seeing it. I would like you to roll me an investigation check.
Okay, sounds good.
And Evan, I appreciate your incredible patience here.
26.
We're happily getting to you in just yeah.
Evan's
Sorry?
just biding his
26.
time.
26. Yeah. As you get this letter, you look it over and you
26.
read it down. And for the sake of convenience, I am not going to belt out all the words of that letter here.
Okay,
But,
yeah.
But you do read it. It is an invitation for a hunt from the Baron Valnir into the Red Mire. But it does state, which would be new information, you to celebrate the new holdings in the Red Mire, to celebrate the new keep of Red Mire. One thing you do know, especially with the 26, is that they're at some point lost on this letter, perhaps not even noticed by Gallon. And a matter of fact, I will say not noticed by Gallon. At some point on this letter, there was a wax seal that has been removed.
Okay.
But there still is like an actual like imprint, like an actual like drawn little seal there, which I would think even with a 26, you do not recognize the seal.
Okay.
It is. It seems to be just like just a simple hammer crossing, like just laying down next to a sword. It's like more long than it would be a proper circular seal, but that's just it's used there in place and next to the signature on it, which is the signature there in a more aggressive cursive than the rest of the letter is, as it's handwritten, Baron Valnar of the Red Mire.
Okay. I'm assuming as I'm glancing this over, Gallon's not going to wait for me, so.
Yeah, well, as again, I look at, I will say, even with your 9 there, well,
as
with
you're
your
reading
9
that, I'm
there,
like looking around.
then go ahead and give me a perception check as well. As Cordell, you do see them come in, and you do see them. You see like this grizzled older man, tall in stature. You do see kind of a tall in stature, but very much a kid, more in comparison, especially to Gallon there with them. They're reading a letter of sorts, but at this, you can't draw a conclusion from. They're just very different from the rest of the people in this establishment.
Okay. If
What was
we're
your perception check there, Gallon?
23.
You look around, you see a bunch of workers, seems normal. A bunch of people running around getting drinks, seems normal. The environment seems a little weird and new. You see, in black robes, you could tell with a 26, he's wearing a bullwhip as a belt, and
He's completely naked besides his clothes.
This 3-foot tall guy's kind of like leaning against the bar, but he's like up leaning against the bar, and then he's like just looking you guys over. Probably like the bar table, the bar itself is very close to the entrance. He's probably no more than 15 feet away from you guys. You guys are certainly within speaking distance.
In the front or to like to one side?
Directly in front of you guys.
Okay.
We're meeting someone here in the evening, though, right?
Yeah, evening of today.
Okay, but we're not. So this is the morning.
Yep.
Yes, sir. It's the late morning, but yeah.
All right.
But you're being stared down by this little guy.
If
Take note of this guy staring at me.
I'm reading the letter.
and while this is happening, I'm kind of reaching, grabbing my a
Your
piece
gun?
of gold with the intention to pay the bartender for another night. Just so
Ooh.
that action is being taken while everyone's
Gotcha.
Are you doing
Just,
that
I
while
guess-
you're holding the stare?
Yeah, direct eye contact.
Yeah.
No.
Cleaning his coffee, seeing you get the coin, and like he doesn't say anything to you, Cordell. When he hands the coin, he kind of understands, like, and he just gives you a nod. But looking across as he's grabbing that coin and kind of putting it somewhere below, he looks over. He's like, "You two gentlemen, we got breakfast, we got coffee, we got drinks, we got rooms. What are you guys looking for? What can I help you with? Welcome, of course. You must know, but welcome to Marsh's retreat. I'm Marsh."
Oh.
I'll turn to Braff. So you want anything?
I mean, rations. Well, yeah, I'd be down for a cold meal. That sounds good. And I go to hand him the letter back as I'm finished reading it.
You-
Then he like kind of turns over. Is like, and I suppose you there as well. Cordell, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One more night, please. Business plans have changed.
Okay, but would you like anything to eat?
No, thank you. I've prepared my own breakfast. Is there any entertainment that you would recommend around to fulfill my day?
Only really the nights. You got here quite late last night. But normally we do have some minstrels going around playing music. Aside from that, you can go watch over the dam or something. Some people like seeing that. It's a pretty impressive thing for around here. But that's about it, really. You could always go pick apples, but don't make sure you go to a place where you can't pick apples because otherwise it's stealing. But you can do that. That's normally a couple thing. So I don't. If you want to do it alone, you seem like the guy who might. But
I can't even reach the apples. I don't say that.
Well, as he says that, I was like, some of them are on the ground.
I don't say that.
Well, thanks for the suggestions. I'm gonna walk back up the stairs.
I whisper
You just turn around.
I'm making my way back up the stairs. I thank you and go away.
as I hand the letter back to Gowan. I whisper. I go, do you think that individual is part of the invitation as well?
Yes.
I nod.
Intuition level 1.
Well, I mean, Gallon's
Yes.
traveled. He is a weathered adventurer, and I think there's a certain level of logic. Is that guy looks weird? Yes, he's part of this. I think like that. No role necessary. Yeah, I like that. And with that, Marsh offers you guys coffee. There's like seems to be some sort of like cut, it's like a ham breakfast and things like that. There's like proper like good hearty meal for you guys there, for you guys to spend the rest of your morning. And traveling also on this morning, traveling to a slightly different location as he did receive a slightly different letter.
Oh shit.
Traveling along this road, but not heading necessarily to this town, but a crossroads a bit before it. Evan, would you mind describing to us your character?
Let's go.
Let's go.
My character.
Nice.
Yo, spotlight.
I would mind.
Since we're supposed to make characters.
Matter of fact, pass.
He said
No,
pass
it's,
next person, please.
Playing a real stout halfling.
Oh shit.
Pretty-
Oh shit.
What's he look like? What's his demeanor? What's his appearance?
He's like weathered but still jovial. He's got like kind of tawny, like dirty blonde verging on just regular brown hair, kind of
Important
bushy
distinction.
eyebrows,
Yeah.
big ears, obviously. Like, yeah, his face is pretty square. His hair is all kind of windswept back a little bit.
Oh, nice.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. He's wearing a bunch of brown, like,
Mhm.
yeah, like what's the word? Like rugged kind of like denim things, and like
Yeah.
his shirt is beige and his pants are brown, and he's wearing leather shoes, you know.
If he laid in a road, he'd look like a speed bump.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Okay.
But then he like, yeah.
Awesome.
Kind of plodding along.
Yeah. Are you a similar question I asked to Cordell? Are you on a mount? Or are you traveling on foot? Or what's your method of transportation here? Is that you are also traveling a distance, not quite as long as Cordell, but you are traveling a distance.
Yeah. Could I have gotten like a ride on with someone who's heading a similar direction?
Yeah, there is traveling through. Hitchhiking's a valid way of travel anywhere you go, aside from dangerous places in most places. But I don't think there's a reason why you can't be traveling. There's a lot of wagons moving through. As Brath and Gallon saw, there's many wagons moving to and fro, and I don't see any reason why you can't just hop into a little car moving hay. At this point, as you have to come up to your destination, just maybe a half mile away, they have to cut a left where you need to continue straight. So this kind of this farmer, as he's making his way to his homestead, traveling with you, kind of a quiet guy. Measures like gonna be taking the left up here. Don't know if you're coming with, but I'm heading to my house. I'm assuming not. So take it easy there.
Oh, you as well.
And then he kind of like goes to like help you off the wagon, as it's kind of a height. He doesn't know quite what to do socially here.
I just like wave him off a little bit and hop down.
Yeah. And then he just with that just gives you a wave and travels along. You've been traveling with this guy for about a day or so. It's just a kind of a quiet guy, but you are about a half mile away from the destination you received.
Cool. Yeah, I'll just walk on down, see what's going on.
Walking through. Yeah, this is the guy took that left towards his house. Where you're on is clearly a more traveled road, but you don't see a lot of people traveling around. And as you're coming up to this kind of fork in the road, where one side does cut right towards your destination or towards where everyone else went, which is March's Retreat, there is a lone horseman. There's a guy turned back to you. He has kind of like this yellowish cloak on one side. He's kind of messing with the saddle there. A full-grown human man, but you could tell from this distance it is your friend Sir Cyrus Mason of the Mason Order, sitting there. The man who did send you a letter of invitation. He's sitting there kind of like getting his horse together. His back is to you as you're kind of making your way. It's one of those things, though, where you kind of came on top of a hill and you're looking down, and there's like a quarter mile of walking where you already clocked him and you're just kind of like making your way till he kind of... But yeah, it seems like as you're walking, like an insufferable amount of time, he has his back to you, which seems strange for somebody who is very like martially adept to just know where he's just sitting there messing with his horse. But he's like reaching to his pack, like giving it an apple and stuff to mulch on. And you make it a considerable distance unless you choose to travel quietly before he's able to hear you.
No, I'm just walking normally. But yeah, just waiting to kind of be like, when we're close enough that I can be like, hey, you know, like, but before that, I don't want to yell too early, and then we're just like,
yeah, it's like,
how are you?
Yeah, it's like, it's almost a similar situation to holding a door open. Like, where's the appropriate distance to engage in this?
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna roll for it just because that's how awkward these things are.
Okay.
Thankfully, the roll was pretty high. He does not turn around to the point where you have to wave at each other and then silently stare before you can talk. So
okay.
he when you're actually able to speak, he turns around. You can see a quite tall, about like a 6'1", fully built gentleman, and he's wearing plate armor, but not fully. Like his arms are covered in plate. He has plate shoulders, but like just wearing just pretty much you see just leather and such underneath. Like so, like he's wearing like greaves and such, like riding greaves. But yeah, you recognize it as your friend, but maybe, but certainly a close acquaintance, Sir Cyrus Mason. Red hair. He has like this kind of like bushy beard, goatee thing that's like kind of overgrown from when you last saw him. He didn't really have any facial hair at all. But he turns around and it sees you. He's like, "Oh, Richter, I was assuming you might grow a little bit since we last saw each other, but you know.
Well, what can I tell you? Fucking hell, it's good to see you, friend.
well,
Let's
yeah,
fucking
forgot
go.
about that.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. And he just reaches out a hand to just give you like a strong handshake. Like,
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming out here. You know, just it's been a while since I've seen any of the other Knights of the Order. You know, so it's good to travel with company. It seems like the type of thing you'd be interested in anyway. So
Do I know that he's going? Are we going to the same place?
yeah. So you received a letter. Everyone else received a letter inviting them. You received a letter from Sir Cyrus Mason, inviting you to come with him.
Okay.
He was
so I'm
invited.
like a
he
plus
offered.
one.
Yeah, you were very much +1 on this. Directly
cool.
+1 as opposed to how Braff got here, but you are directly +1.
Yeah,
Indirect.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Indirect.
Cool, all right.
It's like, if you're comfortable, I'm about to saddle up and kind of make our way over. We could chat on the way if you want to hop on the horse as well. There's plenty of room.
I'd appreciate it.
Like he like hops on the horse, reaches a hand down to let you up there.
Reaches way down.
He's down. He's down here.
Oh hey,
Horizontal.
hey, Evan, how tall is your halfling?
3
Oh, nice.
feet
Oh!
tall.
Exactly the
Wait,
same
well,
height.
tallness.
this is an important question.
Wait, how
for
tall
now-
are you, Corey?
3 feet 1 inch.
I'm 3 feet 2
Oh,
inches.
no.
Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, damn, that inch.
I am going to request you guys roll to see who's 3-1.
Fuck yeah.
Roll
Those
Constitution to
unceremonious
see who just
contest.
grows.
I'm just saying contested rolls.
Can we
flat
roll?
rolls.
Can we
Oh,
roll
shit.
d4s and whoever
God damn
gets
it.
the
Yo,
most?
actually,
is that
that's a
the-
great
the
idea.
inches?
D4, that's the amount of inches you add to the
Yeah.
Hey!
Go- Give me a D4,
Uh,
baby. Great idea,
Maybe.
Corey. Let's
I need to
find out
find
how
them.
fucking short
Can you give me a D20 and that's how much you grow?
I think this is the first
I
time
got a
I've used
1.
D4, and I can't think of
No.
a better.
So I'm 3-1 confirmed.
Oh shit!
Hopefully Evan's also 3-1.
3.
Can be.
Oh, I saw that.
Behind back.
I saw that go just fucking.
Like,
Oh my gosh.
How tall are you?
I'm 3'2", motherfucker.
Let's go.
Oh, nice.
Your growth spurt was double mine.
Oh
Yeah,
shit.
man, the tallest halfling there ever was.
That's awesome.
A striking 3-2. He doesn't need to reach out that far. We got a sturdy man. But yeah, he reaches over to help you all to the horse there, which is probably not unfamiliar. You've ridden with him on a horse like this,
Okay.
where it's kind of a Lord of the Rings thing, where like you're put like the hobbits out front, while
Yeah.
Gandalf's riding. You got I think was Pippin in the front there,
Plastic.
which of course is just a kid when they're.
What's
but
Ace
any-
eating?
yeah,
What's Ace eating?
Oh,
apparently
what's
not
going on?
something good. Surgery.
Oh, yeah.
It's a small piece of toy.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, my art
that's
favorite.
Hero.
Is that
Hero.
the squeaker?
That's close.
Cordal the hero.
But
Good
yeah,
job.
as you are brought on board Cyrus's horse, he turns to the right, kind of like does a little circle around for this horse, kind of letting it kind of stretch its legs a bit before carrying off down the road. Just like I'm gonna be honest, there. I didn't expect you to be so prompt. I told you to get here about midday. It's about mid morning. It's about exactly mid morning. So I've only been here maybe an hour.
Oh well, I didn't want you to wait too long, you know.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, it's a hunt. It's somewhat. I've heard a bit about the Mire. It seems a bit. That's not my thing. I'm just glad to have someone with about your skill set going out with us. Just because you never. I've heard the stories.
Wait, what kind of stories?
I assumed you knew. It's
Didn't
the Mire. I
preface.
thought you knew. Well, yeah. Well, you know, my brothers in the Mason Order, when we all kind of left the kind of the arena mercenary life, they went up with this Baron and kind of went and took over that swamp. But before that, we always heard stories, and that's why I didn't go. Of like all the locals out there. There's like talks about different beasts, which I guess we're probably hunting one of those. So I'm gonna go ahead and count that as still being a thing. But like it was haunted. Like the locals were doing sacrifices. There's tree men, dragging people under the marsh. But I guess a part of that works well because I guess it's dammed now. So I don't know if it's just a desert. I haven't seen it, but I don't know. Again, a druid.
There you go.
I guess even if you don't know the marsh, that seems like a good person to have around.
Yes, well, Whoa, sorry. Charlie, hang on. I'm looking forward to...
5 characters.
Looking forward to killing a beast and having a feast.
And, that's why we like having you around. If I'm being honest, I could have asked, I know other druids I might have asked, but they don't kill beasts and have feasts. That's why you're the best one to have around.
That's right, I know.
Yeah.
Listen, as a druid, some people are like, oh, why aren't you vegan? And I'm like, well, I can't pass up a bit of bacon.
And that, again, that's why you're the best. That's why you're the best. And you guys are trotting along on the road. You said that's like another wagon, similar to the one you just hopped off of, probably no more than 30 minutes ago. Traveling by, the farmer gives a wave, and Cyrus gives a little wave to him as he's passing by. He's like, well, it's been a good bit of time there, Richter. How have you been? How's travel?
Well, after we went our separate ways, I had a bit of a rough patch there, but then, I spent a little bit of time working on myself, and now recently I've just been going around teaching people how to farm better than they are, because most people, they're fucking trash at it. They keep killing all their plants.
You're telling me I did this job a little bit ago. It's supposed to be like a fight. And when I won it, I thought it was going to be gold. The guy gave me a deed to a farmland. So I spent a season trying to make that work. And yeah, I could have used your help out there, man. I damn near set grown potatoes on fire. I don't know. I didn't know what I was doing. I heard ash works for fertilizer. I still technically own the little farmstead, but it's mostly burnt to a crisp. So yeah, hey, next time maybe build it back up. You can teach me how to do that proper, because I'm good at swinging swords. It's about all I do. I can dodge. Okay, but that's about it.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. A little bit of.
You dodge?
Oh no, yes.
I can roll for you, I guess. But yeah, no problem. I'm on a horse right now, so I'm gonna go ahead and neglect rolling off it. But maybe when we get into town, we'll roll around in the street or whatever the hell it is you're asking me to do right now. But yeah, sure. Yeah. Well, it's good to hear that you're doing well. We left them kind of, things are getting a little bit crazier. It was a bit intense. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. And again, glad you're out here.
Glad to be doing well.
Yeah. Yeah. With that, you guys just kind of travel off into the town. As you're traveling, though, there seems to be another horse kind of off to the side. You can see someone else kind of just sitting there. They're kind of sitting there going through a book of some kind. But you, I would say, quickly recognize it as another knight of the same order. Same yellow cloak coming down to the side. This guy isn't wearing all that armor and rigmarole. He seems to have a bow on his back and such. But he looks up, seeing you guys approach, and just gives a little wave. It's a bit of distance. He just goes back to reading. I would say you, at this point, probably don't recognize this man.
Okay, that's fine.
Traveling around, as you guys are going down, Cyrus is like, this is a new guy with the order. I guess we're all going to go check it out, check out the new digs. It seems like, I guess they didn't really elaborate with our letter too much, but the letter I got from the Baron seems like this is a permanent kind of home for us. This is where the reward the order got from kind of taking it over and making the keep his at all, is we got to have our permanent station there. So
I see.
Yeah.
So how long have you been living here?
Oh, I don't live up here. I've been traveling. Again, I burnt my damn house down. So yeah, I've been mostly living in, just traveling, doing jobs, I've been, every once in a while kind of help out a town here, or do a little show fight there, Yeah, I think it's a stone building. That'd be nice. It's hard to burn those down. Also, I'm just not gonna farm again. That'll probably help. But no, just new spot for the order. So as it gets closer, he's like, "Oh, all right." Like, "Hey, Anders!" And he gives a large wave, and this time the guy actually steps up. Oh, I heard Anders' beat drop just now.
Yeah, I know.
That's
Hey,
exactly what I was playing.
Anders! Anders got his intro.
And Anders was gonna be gruff, but now with this pops up, he's like, "Hey, hey!" He's like, "Hey, how's it going?" It's kind of a younger guy as he's looking up. He has like kind of a cloak and such. He is not wearing this like armor, as you were able to tell from a distance. There's no gleam in it, but he's very like a lot of leather, it's kind of studded leather appearance. He has like, he said there's like a short sword on the side, but he has a bow and quiver off of one side of the horse. He's like, does a wave. Is like, Cyrus, it's good to see you. Who's your friend there? I don't know if I don't know if are you part of the order too? Cyrus like, no, this buddy of mine, he's coming along for the hunt. Should be a good time. This is my good friend here. This is Richter Turnhall. We traveled way back when, before I think you were swinging a sword. And I was like, Richter, this is Ander Mason.
Ander, nice to meet you.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's great to meet you too. It's great to meet you. Well, I don't know. Do either of you guys know? My letter wasn't specific, but what are we hunting? You know, I'm good to see the new place, but what's the hunt for?
I didn't get any kind of additional information. I just, my friend here was saying there might be some beasts or some, I don't know, even unsavory characters out there. Some kind of mythical nonsense.
Right. Well, I'm thinking, and we'll see what happens. But I got broadheads. I got barbed arrows. I got these kind of smaller arrows. I tried making a trick arrow. It didn't really work out. It's gonna be like kind of a trip. Literally a trip arrow. The string keeps breaking, but I think with the broadhead and with the kind of the more piercing there, we can make something happen. But it helped to know what we were hunting. But it is what it is. Good to meet you. What was it, Richter?
Richter, yeah.
Richter, yeah. Nice to meet you, Richter.
And you're Anders.
Yeah. Oh, well, hey, you're better at this than I am. That's for sure. That he kind of rides up alongside you guys and makes your way into town. At this point, you do see kind of like the smoke kind of billowing off the little hills. You're seeing at this point a little bit nicer on in the day. You're kind of seeing like the mill kind of running as this river's kind of running alongside you, kind of through some farmland. It seems to be rushing, and you're hearing kind of a bit of a churning of water as they're seeing this mill kind of going and mixing away, essentially churning along. You guys are kind of looking over this upper hillock as you're kind of going down into the town. As before, you guys are seeing the town off on one side. You're not seeing as many horses and carriages moving around. You're seeing people go in and out of like side streets in the town. But yeah, you guys make your way over just into the town side. Is there anything in particular you'd like to do before they, of course, meet our good friend Randall, the
I fucking love Randall.
the stable master?
Randall takes
Randall
Cobb.
the Vandal.
Randall, the I'm gonna steal your money, Vandal.
That's right.
Okay.
Randall, these prices are exorbitant, Vandal.
Yeah.
Randall, 10 gold a night Vandal.
Yeah.
No, it's 10 gold a week. All right. It's
10
with
gold
that,
a
you guys
week.
for
Is
the
a week still
horses.
7 days in this universe?
Yes.
It's 8.
That's fucked up.
It's do you
Isn't it?
imagine? It's 16.
8 days a week.
Yeah.
The
Just
Beatles
make it
were
like
right.
weird. It's like, yeah, there's 11 months, 8 days a week, 13 days a year.
Yeah, that adds up.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
that
think
sounds
so.
like shit to keep track of.
But as you guys are making way inside, you hear Cyrus and Ander. Like, obviously, you're right in front of Cyrus as they're talking, but they're kind of talking to themselves, going like, "It's kind of a nice looking town over here." It's like, and they're going like, "I wonder how far it is from the keep. Maybe this is maybe we'll send people over for like grocery runs or get supplies and such." I don't know how far it is into the mire, but I guess we're about to find out here in a little while. And they're just kind of just making conversation as they make their way past where the others formerly saw horses. This time you just see like different like fence posts kind of going along the front of the town. At this point, looking through without kind of the distraction of horses and carriages. It seems like that's like that whole front side is just like small kind of close houses. Like those were just people like just parking in front of other people's essentially houses with their carriages and such, and just making their way further inside the town. You guys, they're kind of galloping along, kind of looking through, checking it out, looking at all kind of like these thatched huts. You're seeing, I think even especially for you, Richter, this kind of frontier town is very, very far along on the civilization side of things. It's very far along as like industrialization. It's not as spread out. It's not as kind of in tune with what might be more of a natural order that you would be familiar with and probably prefer. It's a lot more into the realm of just like making the makings of what could be more of like a city or at least a proper town.
Okay.
Oh, you.
Fuck.
Oh, dude, Anders died.
Yeah.
No, Anders.
Anders glum again.
Nice. He's like, damn. My PTSD kicked in.
Or is he? I hear the whistle. I hear
Luckily,
the flute.
I did save that song, so I can keep it.
Hell yeah. There you go. But yeah,
so much-
they make their way through. There seems to be some form of stable up ahead. There's a wagon kind of off to one side out front. There's like a couple kids running around on this wagon through like they're kind of swinging little swords at each other. But there seems to be some horses neighing inside. It's just one guy's going back and forth. He has like a pail of water. But as he's moving through, he sees the two horsemen and then yourself on board approaching. I gives a little wave over and sets down his pail and kind of shouts at the kids that are kind of, again, on top of a wagon having a sword fight, and ushers them down and kind of sends them away as the two horsemen approach. And then Randall, talks to these two guys like, welcome to Marsha's retreat. I'm Randall. This is my stable here. You guys need a place to sit down on your horses, or? And Cyrus and Anders, yeah, sure. I mean, sure. We're actually here for the Red Mire Keep. How much further is it? I see Jared just dying laughing.
Bro,
I can hear it.
Dude, Corey just messing with Ace and getting him in his own chair is killing me, dude. Okay, I'm sorry.
You got a lot of work.
Dude, he's
Yeah.
like, Corey's like, I can tell he's like bustling this shit out of the chair. Okay.
He is. Oh, he's alert for sure.
Oh
I think
man.
he's ready for about anything.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
But what about riding horses towards that keep? Is that an option? And I'm taking it back a little bit. It's like people don't really take horses or carriages. I mean, there's a couple times they made it work because I had to get like gear and stuff over there. But for the most part, people kind of walk over there. You can't bring a horse, I guess.
What's the problem with trying to bring a horse?
Oh, I mean, it's a marsh. It's not quite as wet as it used to be, but the roots are a bitch, and like it just moving through. Horses don't really do well with that terrain. But I know they were working on a road a couple months back, but I don't know how far along it got. I know they built a couple bridges as such, but I mean, I wouldn't bring a horse, but maybe when you walk along it, maybe you realize you're good to go, and then you could come back here and pick up your horse. That's no problem. Like kind of looking back for Cyrus, and he's like, we can, how many nights are we good for? It's like, tell you what, you guys can put down money for a week if you want. No
This
problem.
motherfucker.
As soon as you guys if you guys need to leave early, just refund it for you. It's 10 gold a night.
This
for each
dude's
horse.
running a fucking
10 gold a
climb,
night?
bro. Wait a
10 gold
minute.
week. My bad. So I'm
Whoa,
still
fuck,
tired.
fuck.
I stayed up a bit late. We had some late customers last night. But
the
yeah,
letter
10 a week.
say-
10 a week.
Oh, sorry. Did the letter say how long the hunt would take?
It did
How many
not. It
days?
was very vague in its. It was definite in where you were meeting and when. It was definite that it was in the Red Mire, and it was sent by Baron Valnir. That is about as specific as anything else got.
Great.
Yeah, and of course Randall tells you that.
Yeah. Let's see.
And then the two horsemen. Cyrus gets off his horse and kind of like offers to help you down if you need.
No, I just kind of casually wave him off again. Hop down.
All right, and he goes and he draws himself kind of a short sword. It's kind of a thicker body on the sword. For those of you who know anything about, it's like more of a gladius style sword. And he puts that to the side. He gets like a buckler shield out, puts it to the side. And like he just straps it on his arm. It's so light, it's not really a problem. There, and kind of gets his pack and stuff together. As Anders is going and like exchanging the money there with Randall, paying the 20 gold for him as they're just getting all their loose gear off the horses. They're talking with Randall's like, well, if you guys want, It's Marsh's Retreat. It's named after the bar just up the hill there. In Town Hall, great spot. I think there might be, I don't know if, well, there might be music tonight. I don't know, but I'll tell you, I'll be there tonight. If you guys are still over there, we could always chit chat, hang out, tell you more about the town. But got to keep an eye out and kind of gestures down the roads. Like you never know when more travelers are coming through, you know. So got to be ready. These kids here, you know, they're good kids, but I don't think they can, you know, do commerce. Someone might rip them off. You know, you never know. It's
Wouldn't
and
want
like,
people to
totally
get ripped
understand.
off now, huh?
Says an ethereal voice angrily. And with that, Andrew's like, nope, totally get it. I guess we'll see you up there. And then the two knights turn around, making sure they both look around, make sure they see where you're at as they begin making their way out, Richter. And then you're out in the town. So they're making their way quickly up that hill. Would you like to give me a perception check?
Who, me?
I would love you to give me a perception. Yeah.
Perception. Let me take a look at my character sheet where it says perception.
All right, I'll be right back once again.
15.
15. Going through this town. Again, very nice, very civilized looking town. You're getting similar things where like there's a mixture of like metal, which is probably very poignant on your nose, just because I don't know. You are a druid, so I'll let you tell me. As far as metal work goes, something like that. Sometimes when people make druids, they are very against that. Is that a thing where is that true for Richter? Like metal is just an absolute no-go. Doesn't wear metal, doesn't use metal, or is it something he's more learned to coexist with?
I'll coexist with it, but if given the choice, I prefer to work with wood. Like personally, I like. Richter appreciates, you know, like artistry and metalworking, and I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with digging up metal from the earth or anything like that.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, but you're smelling the metal, and I still think there is a note of you notice it because it is a marker of a city or a marker of like a proper civilization more than you're familiar with.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
it wouldn't be an offensive thing essentially to you.
No, I've just like traveled enough that I'm like, yeah, it's got a certain kind of sharp smell to it, but
right.
I've come to kind of appreciate it, you know.
Right. Traveling around, as they're walking down this alley, you are hearing kind of the rushing of water nearby. There's a lot of people leaving, moving around. There seems to be a lot of people with like different tools, different hammers and saws and stuff. You can see looking off this way, like you can see where there maybe once was a large kind of like either a small river or a large creek running through, which now has just like a trickle of water running through. And on the other side, far off, you can see evidence of where there perhaps was a lot of trees. Now there's probably a good like quarter-mile square is all cut out stumps and such. There's different crews. You can see maybe 2-3 dozen groups of people out there falling trees and such, cutting it down as they're making room for either new places or they're getting resources to improve the place if you're already in. But yeah, and looking along as you're moving, it's still obscured. You can tell looking around, it's kind of cut off by just the natural environment you're walking past and different buildings and such, but you are hearing the same thing. You are hearing kind of this clicking motion as you're walking up. It's kind of interrupted by the hammering of the blacksmith you come by. It's interrupted by the baker that's sitting there working and a tailor kind of out there kind of shouting at the person nearby to get him more materials. But you are hearing that same as you're looking past it. You do clock that water mill pretty quickly along. Just on the other side of this pretty lively looking tavern, especially for at this point, it's about midday. It's been a little bit of travel, you, Cyrus and Ander moving through. But you guys are coming up on this neat looking little tavern. In which you can hear Cyrus and Andrew like kind of excitedly talking. It's like, I mean, this isn't far from our new little headquarters. This is a pretty good. Like I'm used to kind of drinking in what might as well be somebody's basement, you know. So this is pretty neat. I like this. And Andrew's just like, well, I haven't really had much drink ever. So you know, if you're saying this is pretty good, I'm excited for that. Just like. Cyrus kind of chuckles, but I keep forgetting how young this guy is. It's like they kind of look down. It's like they're having a conversation and remembering there is a third person that is not obviously in their view. So looking over to you, Richter's like, well, what do you think, Richter? How's this little abode here? Marsh's retreat look to you?
Oh, it smells
Both the
fine to
tavern
me.
and the smells fine. That's good.
Yes, I'm looking forward to a hearty meal.
All right. Well, hey, let's go get a hearty meal. We still got. I mean, it said about dusk was the time we all wanted to meet up, so we still got some time. Let's go get some food and find a comfortable table. And they go and they make their way inside. At this point, I would like Drath and Galen to give me perception checks as well as a perception check from you, Richter. As they're doing that, though, Cordell, you went upstairs to get your food. Was there anything else? Because there's been some time since then. What have you done in that meantime?
Who? Any of us or
Played with my dice.
You're just
And that's
upstairs, you guys, or you went back downstairs?
I'm just upstairs for now. I'm killing time until the rendezvous a little bit.
Okay.
Rendezvous.
You're staying out of sight and all that.
For the most part, there's not much entertainment around. Can't think of anything I need, so I'm chilling for now. But I might reconsider.
Got you. Then for the three of you, if you guys give me your perception checks.
7.
17.
7, 17.
11.
7, 11, 17. Got it. So walking in, of course, I will say, Galen, your DC was quite a bit lower, actually, I'll say. Only because it is, you hear the footsteps. Men of arms are coming in. People who at least had different life, but a similar lifestyle to yours make their way. You look around and you clock. There's two guys. One of them wearing that armor I was describing, kind of like just along the top part of the torso and arms, this plate armor, sword. He's wearing a shield at this point as he comes up. And now there kind of looks like an archer of some form. They make their way in, and they have another guy, kind of similar to the guy that was kind of staring you down at the bar earlier today when you first arrived. Similar in stature, another halfling comes in with them. I will say, Breath, though you rolled a bit lower, you are sitting there with Galen as he looks over and notices you look over and notice. And then, of course, Richter, you, at this point, since you guys have all been sitting there eating, the crew has left. They've kind of cleared out the bar. There's still some patrons moving around. There's probably 10 or so people total in this establishment. So,
I lean
Richter,
over.
when you come in, you're kind of looking over and like a normal patron, looks like just a guy just having a lunch. There's a couple, maybe like on like just a little lunch date or something. There's an old weathered man who looks pissed with a very nervous looking young man. I may be trying to read in this tavern. I don't know, but you guys are the outsiders, notably. And I think both groups of people clock like in this environment. I'm the outsider, and so are they.
Yeah, like clearly a little less comfortable looking around more.
I say over to Galen, I say, that's a slightly taller halfling than the first one we saw.
I was just about to edit my. I need to change that real quick.
I just kind of lean over and say, it seems the carnival's in town.
Coming over to your table with 2 drinks, you hear and it's Marsh's right there, just getting you to 2 drinks. Like, I mean, yeah, this is a weird day. Though to be fair, and he kind of like nudges you a little bit. Galen's like, it looks like you're in charge of the carnival. Then he lifts up his head. It's like, all right, welcome over to Marsh's retreat. He says it's over to you, Richter and Cyrus. Richter, Cyrus, and Andar. Like, hey, just welcome to Marsh's retreat. I'm Marsh. Y'all need anything to eat, drink? Guys want to get a room for the night or anything? Then at this point, Cyrus like, yeah, we'll settle down for a drink and some food. What do you think, Richter? You good to eat? Well, never mind. Let's get a whatever hot food you got. Let's get some three drinks. Richter, I can't remember. Were you a wine guy? Were you an ale guy?
You know, I'll go for whatever you got, but I always prefer an ale.
Gotcha. And hearing this conversation amongst you, Marsh goes, "All right, I'll get 3 ales. I'll bring 1 cider over to you guys. It's kind of our thing. Don't know if you noticed all the apples around. So we make some pretty good cider. I'll bring one out for you guys to try." And then with that, Cyrus makes his way over. You guys, again, these are large tables with just benches around, similar to the outside portion. Like they're like 10-foot tables with 10-foot benches on either side. So though you two are saddled up at your table, it is intrusive in your space, but you don't have to be moved over as Cyrus makes his way over to your guys' table with Andrew behind him and just sits down right at the table with you guys.
This?
With you guys, yep.
I'm gonna follow suit and pull up a chair, sit down. Yeah.
He sits down.
I'm gonna sit on top of my pack, so I'm like looking eye to eye with.
I close my notebook
Andrew,
and I set it on the table.
Yeah. Cyrus is sitting.
walk.
He sits down on the same side as you, Galen. So you guys are kind of turned side to side. He sits down. It's like, well, I'm just gonna guess. Just looking at you, looking at the rest of the town. You got something a little bit like this, and he produces a letter and holds it up to you. And he's showing you, kind of showing off the seal to you as well.
The seal that was gone from my letter?
But he is directing this conversation at Galen. Obviously, you're there. But...
Which I'm looking back and forth, like, expectantly.
Well, I don't know if I've ever
we did
made
receive a letter.
All right. Well, I don't know if I made your acquaintance before, but my name is Cyrus Mason of the Mason Order. This is my friend Ender Mason, and Mason kind of gives a little nod, just kind of looking around, kind of like just checking out the environment. And it's like, and this is our friend here, Richter Turnhall.
Richter Turnal.
Turnal, my bad. Yeah.
Richter,
I keep doing the
do you
2L
sit on my
thing.
side or do you sit on Galen's side?
It's like a picnic table style.
Yes.
Okay. I guess I sat on your side.
Okay. So is it two next to Galen and then there's me and Richter?
No, it's you, Richter. Then next up on the other side of Richter is Ander, just like he's sitting there too, just kind of looking over because he's sitting across from Cyrus.
Okay, I'm like looking and like I want to say something, but I'm looking over to Galen to see what he does.
You doing all right there, son? You seem a little nervous.
Oh no, yeah. No, I'm fine. Name's Brad.
Did you get a letter too there, Raph, was it?
I gesture over to Galen. No, I'm accompanying
Don't worry about him. He's with me.
Wasn't exactly worried. I don't see why we can't invite people who the letter didn't say, +1s allowed or not. So I just figured. I mean, he gestures over at this point to Richter's like, he was, he came with me, We're all just traveling out, excited for a hunt, whatever that means.
I kind of look around like, this is all who we invited. So I'll look around and I say like, so this is all who we invited, meaning everybody.
Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, because Ander and I, we know there's more knights in our order. It seems like if we both got them, more of them might have gotten letters. But we'll wait till dusk. They'll catch up later if they're coming late,
So you say you're part of an order that is stationed here, and I look down at my book, flip it open real quick, and then say under Baron Valner.
Oh yeah, I mean if we're doing quizzes, and then at this point, coming through with a plate of drinks, there's two people come through. They set out the tankers in front of the three of them. Sits on like a central pitcher of cider there. Like that one's on the house. Give it a try. Let us know what you think. And I sit down these piping hot plates of food, just like beans and meat, and very fresh bread there, bunch of jams and such. So it is just obnoxiously hearty for kind of a warm day, but it is there in front of you guys. Waiting for a Marsh to leave the area. He's like, yeah, we're kind of a loose group of knights. We kind of made ourselves an official order apparently just a little bit ago because we're kind of just a group of guys. But yeah, it seems like a good size of our group went and helped the Baron out with taking that keep there. So yeah, the rest of us were invited out to check out, I guess, our new headquarters there. Seems like I'm sure he'll want to talk with us individually and go about it like that, but it seems like some of the other members of the order might have been knighted too, properly.
Wait, you're saying they took the keep? Now
No, I mean, they. My understanding was it was built. I mean, I don't know what kind of local thing out there with all the, all respect, Richter, but I don't know what all those people messing around the trees would have built. You know, I don't think we're getting a tree house, or going in a particularly large cave. I'm imagining it's probably something that was built up. I don't know. I never met the Baron. I know he had some form of like mage with him. So maybe that probably helped. I know I've seen mages go and do a little bit of infrastructure stuff, moving dirt around and shit like that. But either way, I'm excited to see. As long as it's sturdy and it has, it's warm. It's not far from here because this place seems nice.
Yeah, if it fucking blows, then I come right back here. No
Well,
questions asked.
there is the safety of that. If it fucking blows, we can follow the druid back here.
Are any of you, and I gesture to all the ones that just sat down, are any of you inclined as to what exactly we'd be hunting, per se?
Oh, like quickly, Andrew kind of lifts up hands like, I have a theory. It's like, Cyrus goes like, we don't know. Let's be clear, we have no idea. We've never been in the marshes ourselves. It's like, I'm thinking, I've just been doing some reading, and I've been reading some folk stories around these parts. I got here a couple days ago, so I've been kind of peeking around and such. But I do hear there's some pretty big gators out there. I'm thinking maybe one of them's been alive a bit too long. I hear stories that they don't stop growing. I'm thinking we got some big ass lizard in there that we're supposed to be hunting down. That's just my guess. My guess. I've never seen a gator before, so.
Alive too long, hey?
I mean, maybe alive long enough. I don't know, but swamps are weird. I don't know what else they got in there. I'm imagining if it was a monster, why call it a hunt, right? It's probably a beast. That's just my guess. That's my best guess. What do y'all think it might be?
I look over now at this point to Gallon.
Has the Baron arranged hunts before, do you know?
Not that I'm aware, but also I haven't really worked with him. I mean, I got the invitation to go and help him with this job, but I didn't partake, so I never met the man.
Have you been in the Red Mire before?
No. That's why I didn't accept the job. I heard weird shit about the mire, so I wasn't really excited to go check it out. But everyone else seemed pretty inclined. So.
I looked to it's Richter, yeah? Okay, I looked to Richter and I go, but chance, do you know of the other kind of shorter individual? We saw one as we entered in a little bit ago, but he seemed to have retired to his room, and I was curious if you don't want to make any necessarily assumptions, but just was curious.
Yeah, you think I know every single shorty who comes around these godforsaken lands?
No,
I only know
I
a couple of halflings in my time.
I mean, yeah, okay.
But
I look down. I look down at my notebook. It's kind of like awkwardly thumb through the pages. Like, okay.
But you're saying there is a halfling,
And yeah, there. He went. I think he went back to his room.
or a gnome, or a dwarf, or
Yeah. See, he looked similar in stature as to you. Just
a little shorter.
Yeah, just a little shorter.
Actually, that's a good question. What's the weight between you two? Like, what's the weights that you have? Because I remember
40 pounds.
I don't know, honestly.
600.
Size of like fat
Richter is
No.
300 pounds.
It was something wrong. It was like
There-
100 at one point.
yeah.
But
Holy
I moved it down. Yeah, because I was.
Well, just be 41 pounds and you're good.
No, I need, because my guy is stout.
Mm-hmm. He's
and
hardy.
Also, I'm carrying a bunch of bullshit. So I was like, well, it doesn't make a ton of
Bullshit's heavy.
While you do that, I look over to Gallon. Is it? Are we planning on staying here tonight? Are we gonna book rooms?
Yeah, how far is it to the, what is it, a keep?
I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure.
Cyrus looks over at Anders like, well, you're the one who's been here. Have you checked it out? No, I've been around reading. I haven't checked out any. I mean, I know it's down the road, but I don't know if it's a couple miles or it's a day's travel.
We'll wait for the meeting tonight.
Um,
That'll determine whether or not we head to the keep.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Smart.
I can't see why they wouldn't send somebody from the keep to come get us. Kind of show us the way. So we'll see. We'll see what's going on.
I want to make my way to Marsh, the barkeep.
You're still upstairs at this time. You just decided time to go down.
Yeah.
All right. Make your way down. I think since you've been up there, you've heard one or two people go upstairs and move around and such. But as you open up, it seems like all the other doors are closed. So it's it doesn't seem like anyone else has been up here. But yeah, you're free to make your way downstairs and go check it out.
I will advance towards Marsh, assuming he's at the bar
As he comes down, I want to Richter, and I point and I kind of gesture. And I point blatantly, but I want to kind of gesture over to yeah, small.
Tiny. Yeah, as you're coming down the stairs, I don't think there's a reason having a contested roll here. I think as you come down the stairs, you look on just down through the bar area. There's very few people aside from the kid you saw enter the bar going what? Pointing at you, at least making a gesture at you as you're coming down.
I'm going to ignore the gestures and look for Marsh.
You say kid points at this guy?
He's moving on the bar. He's kind of pouring a cider. And he noticed you approaching it. As he comes around, he kind of swings it around. It's clearly positioned this is for himself. He kind of takes a sip of it. Hey there, Horde.
Yeah.
I mean, that's if you're good with it. What do you need? What do you need?
Do you know any place that practices alchemy around here?
Alchemy. I wouldn't say so. No, we don't. We have a lot of we have bakers and such. We don't really have any we have hunters and stuff that kind of go around and do stuff. For the most part, we don't really have anything I mean, we got this. Gestures to the tankard.
How good's the baker's bread?
How good is? I mean,
Kind of riddle.
you want the dough or the?
And would you eat it again? Not based off of what's available. Is it good bread?
Yeah, it's good bread. It's good bread.
Okay.
I don't feel like I'm entrapped with the one option, if that makes any sense. It's good bread.
Yeah. Have you had a lot of bread in your life, or just the baker's bread?
I've had a good amount of bread. I haven't been here my whole life. My name happens to be Marsh. I've been other places. This is just where I fit in.
Are you not related to Marsha?
Well, Marsha, I don't even know who Marsha was at this point, if I'm being frank with you. I just came here, took the job as the bartender, and then eventually just bought the place myself. And you're doing all right, but...
so no connected to Marsha.
Hey, that's between you and me right now, all right? But it's Marsha's retreat. I don't even remember. The true locals in the area could probably tell you what's going on with that, but I don't know why you needed to retreat and why it was to a bar, but a lot of people do it about every night, so,
There.
No harm, no foul.
Well, you've been very helpful. I will go check out the baker. Thank you. And I turn around.
Again, no idea. Sure, go ahead, take it easy, man. And he just takes another, just pull the drinks, just confused. And you guys, you were far enough away you didn't hear those words spoken. We see him have an exchange with the bartender, and then again, the person about Richter's size is making his way out.
I gestured.
About.
Yeah, I gestured to Richter, indicating that this other halfling is here.
Sorry,
Are you good?
Well, there's this cat here.
Oh, that's the worst.
Scratching on my leg and biting my knee.
Oh,
So
Nice.
Yo.
Yeah.
throw that
I'm gonna
motherfucker
go-
out.
Yeah, I'm gonna go give him some food real quick.
Okay,
Alright.
let's pause in time. Actually, is there a cat in the tavern currently harassing Richter?
Yeah, no, there's a you didn't notice it the nights before, but there's a couple cat there seems to be a window that's kind of permanently open, and it seems like there might be a cat that's at the tavern, but there's also just cats kind of coming in and out
Okay.
Just around. Yeah, like you haven't heard like any like dogs necessarily, but there is just like everywhere you kind of look around, like if you look kind of hard, it's like, oh, there's a cat over there. You know, so there's a cat at this point, probably just kind of and he like looks down and kind of goes back to the conversation.
Gotcha.
It's kind of harassing him a little bit. But I guess for this really quick,
hold on one
yeah,
second. 1 second, Connor. I'm gonna cast a spell.
Is this going to be on me? I have a strong feeling it's going to be in my direction.
I'm gonna cast Dominate Monster on Cordon. No, just kidding.
Dominate
I
Monster.
cast Submissive.
His true form molds.
Okay, I'm going to
3 halfling.
I'm going to kind of inconspicuously, obviously if I have to make a check, cool, but I'm going to go and pull out a short piece of copper wire out of my satchel. I'm going to cast Message over to
What are
Gallon.
you, tweaker?
I'm gonna-
If you could give me a sleight of hand check for that.
Okay.
But yeah, otherwise, you are at a table. You can like put your hands down below, under. So I'll say, go ahead. You can go ahead and give me that with advantage because you can't. You are in an environment. They're close to you. But you can put your hands kind of under for that because I believe it's a somatic component.
I rolled
right?
16 twice. It is going to be verbal, somatic, and material.
Okay. Yeah. So you do have to do the muttering, but yes.
17.
Yeah.
First sleight of hand.
And what does that message look like? And more importantly, as you're under the table, you're being subtle about it. What's that spell kind of manifest itself as?
So as I'm just gonna go ahead and like kind of like half kind of just with my hands kind of just engaging with Richter as he's getting mauled by this cat. I'm gonna kind of reach in my satchel, kind of pull out the copper wire and kind of just wrap it, like kind of twirl it around my finger, and then kind of like point the end towards Gallon underneath the table, and then just kind of use the kind of somatic hand motions, and then whisper kind of underneath my breath, almost off to the side a little bit, and I'm gonna say, is your intention to hang out with these individuals until the meeting tonight? I don't think there's a word limit.
I don't believe message. Sending has a limit. I don't know message.
Yeah. Sending a message says it doesn't, and you can respond. You can reply in a whisper that only you can hear. So you hear this. I want to say in your mind. Yeah, you point a finger. No. So it's like a whisper.
Hear it behind them.
It's like it's like a whisper in your ear.
This
Gallon,
me?
would you be familiar?
No, this is the Gallon.
Gallon, would you be
okay.
familiar with this type of effect in your travels? Matter of fact, I will say, unless you strictly
probably.
protest. Yeah, I was going to say, this seems like something that would be pretty known to you then. Just like silent communication seems like a...
Would it still be
Table.
surprising? Would he react in any way?
He just
I
starts
don't
killing.
react in any way. I don't react in any way. I just stare at Braff.
Oh fuck!
Jesus.
And I say, no, it is not. And I stand up.
Wait, do you reply, or do you like say out loud and then no, it is not, and then you stand up? Like, do you?
I just say out loud, no, it is not. Stand up. And I say, well, if you would excuse me, gentlemen, I am going to retire for the moment.
All right. Well, I guess see you later. I'll see you in a couple hours, I suppose.
I will see you back here this evening.
I'm gonna cast message again.
Okay.
I mean, like a panicked voice, be like, do you want me to do something in the meantime, or like hang out with these guys, or follow you, or?
Are you gonna go along with your friend there?
There's like an awkward pause as you kind of. I would say at this point, like you can kind of see me mumbling to myself.
Yeah, so I'll kind of look back at you, and I'll just kind of like I'll nod my head, you know.
You're welcome to stay if you like. We don't bite. At least I don't think.
Andrew's like, I bite a little bit, but like.
Okay, I guess you'll say that to me. I'll walk up to the counter real quick. I'll get a room, and I'll come back to the table.
You can reply to the message spell like in a similar manner if you want, or if you just want to leave me unread and come back, you can.
I guess I'll reply to it as I'm walking to the counter with my back turned to them. I'll say, if you want to.
Okay. And then Richter, you say that to me, and I go, yeah, I suppose I could hang out and hang out with you guys for sure. Though I will, and I'll slide and take Gallon's place to kind of even out the table. I will slide over next to. I should really write these dudes' name down. We have Anders and
Sir Cyrus. Both their last names are Mason.
Interesting, Sir Cyrus and and Anders. Even though I really know
Anders.
Okay. Okay. I slide back over, and I kind of just sit there awkwardly, and I look about amongst them, and I slide my book over, and I'm kind of just sitting there awkwardly.
And then to the man getting bread, Cordell. You leave the establishment. You knew where the baker was when you walked by last night. So yeah, what are you doing? What's the
First
move?
I wanna enter. I'm gonna walk right in.
Oh yeah,
The
so
bakery.
I just want to make sure you weren't doing anything else.
Yeah, no. Oh, first I want to head that way. I'm just going straight there.
I'm just making sure because I will say I have no idea why you're going to a bakery, so I didn't know if you were just saying that and then that's fine.
No, 100%. I'm just kind of a monk, chilling right now.
Okay. Yeah.
Waiting for my rendezvous. Having a good time.
Yeah, well, you make your way over to that bakery. There's like a counter where someone's like kneading some bread. There's like a couple ovens going right now. There's like just getting large amounts of like similar loaves out there. But as a guy, it's like one guy's kneading bread. And he sees it come over. He's like, "Hey, welcome in. Welcome to the bakery here at Marcia's. Anything we can get for you?"
Thank you very much. What are my options here?
Sure. Yeah. We got like a sourdough. We got like just a basic baguette. We got some. We got some ciabatta. We got some whole grain. We're kind of tapped out on like we did make a bunch of dinner rolls, but we do just kind of sell those to the tavern. If you want to, I'll sell you a couple if you want a couple, but mostly we just give those to the tavern.
For 5 gold.
For 17 gold.
How much is a loaf of each?
A loaf of each?
Yeah.
50,000.
A loaf of each? That'd be 2 gold. Just.
Oh my God.
per
Eat for all of them, yeah.
For all of them?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think that's a fair price.
Yeah, we can get you. Do you want like a basket or something to carry it in, or you just want to just wrap it?
A basket would be wonderful. Do you have any weird request condiments by chance to go with the bread? Anything you suggest? Or anything I can pick up at a local store?
Yeah, there's a lot of jams and such around, or we have jams and stuff we just want. Butters.
I want.
Okay. Sure.
What do you got?
Yeah, we got apple jam. We got apple cinnamon. we did get some blackberry shipped in there.
Corey's the player every DM fears, bro.
I know. We got some honey. We actually one of the guys out back. He mixed up this thing last season that was really nice. It's just a honey butter situation, so it keeps a little bit longer. But if you are intending to go for like a travel or something, you have butter in your backpack, so like do be aware that will not keep forever. And also just cheese and meat if you want to just like get that. That's not like a condiment, but like that's what people normally do with bread.
You have cheese and meat here?
We got some cheese in there. Yeah. I
would like to buy some cheese, meat, and blackberry jam, please.
Sure. Yeah.
Strong.
Get whichever you want to do with it, man. Yeah. 2 silver just to splash it in. We'll throw that in your basket, no problem.
And I pull out my my gold pouch that has a very limited resource in there, and then I pull out just enough to pay.
Just enough to pay. Yeah.
Holy shit! Is this your magic item? Is this your magic item, Cordell? This is a money generator. He has
a bag holding that just happens to have couch cushion change in there.
No, I'm pretty sure you start with like 15 gold, so I don't think I'm over the limit yet.
You're level 5, yeah. So you would
better yet, you can never offer a price, but like if someone says a price, it generates that much gold. So you can't just generate the money, but if they say
like if you wanted to buy a horse right now, it would also be 10 gold. That's a lie. Don't do that. But you get this wicker basket again. There's like ciabatta. There's like a sourdough. There's like sliced bread, like kind of like just like homemade bread, like kind of like pre-sliced in there. There's just a roll sitting on top, and just like this little craft of jam, and then just like there's like cheeses and meats kind of off to that side, kind of like jammed in there, kind of like wrapped in like a cloth. Like, well, here you go. You're gonna have like one hell of a picnic, seems like. So enjoy.
Thank you very much. Have a good day. Turn and walk away.
All right. And so you insisted so much on being naked again with clothing and having a bullet belt, and now you have a basket of just bread and
Bread,
jam,
jam, meat and cheese.
traveling lean.
Oh yeah.
For everybody that's still here, because we are in the middle of the day, and is there anything particular you guys want to be doing before dusk? I know we had Galen leaving the table. Were you just retiring to your room to just be alone?
Yeah, I'm going to my room to go sleep.
Is it Gallon or Galen? It's Gallon, yeah.
Gallon.
Okay.
Galen,
Like,
yeah.
like
Not
the amount
Galen.
of water.
It's not. It's Glenn, bro. He hits him with the this is Glenn, bro. Introduce your character.
Come on, Glenn.
I was like, who's that? Nah, I'm just gonna go sleep in my room.
Oh, nice. He's actually
IRL?
he's actually role playing. Holy shit. Okay.
So committed to the rule.
All right.
Dude, I'm literally chowing down on a fucking chicken leg here.
Oh,
that's
nice.
amazing.
Well, I'm gonna. While you're
Where's your basket of bread? Where's your basket of bread?
Wait, hey Corey, you gotta
No, I
get
got
it, bro.
you. I
Because
actually got you
I
here.
have my notebook here. So we all gotta get our.
Got it, bro. I gotta go sleep for real.
Todd said I'm gonna just go to sleep on stream. I do.
There we go.
Hey, yo!
He's got some bread.
This man's got the actual bread.
Nice.
But I
I
did
just happen to have a baguette.
before Richter started getting mauled by a cat in the tavern. I did gesture over to this interestingly looking halfling, and I asked. So I'll reiterate. So you didn't. I mean, obviously you already said you didn't know him, and I just kind of.
Yeah, I see who you're talking about. I don't think I know him.
And I look over to the knights.
Didn't seem familiar necessarily to us. Well, us, Anders. Nope, no idea. All right, didn't seem familiar to us. I haven't seen too many small folk in general over this way, so it's kind of interesting to see two in the same town. But it's kind of a nicer town.
Yeah.
Well, hey, what was your name again?
Braff.
Raph. All right. I mean, you're going up with Galen. What brings you guys over to the hunt, or what's your deal? I guess because we're the knights invited us. Do you guys know the Baron or?
Galen, he had received a letter, and so we were resolving some family matters at our estate of one of our of a family member who had just recently passed, and so we were there were. I'm sure you all have had your fun instances of family gatherings, and so things were getting frustrating to deal with. So I know he had received the letter, and I decided to tag along with him, and so here we are in this interestingly new and kind of podunk little town.
Yeah, I mean, seems nice. I mean,
I would say that's enough.
I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard, but we're apparently where we're going. The keep there is where we're going to be stationed for. Our order is going to be headquartered out of. It's nice to see a place here that has some life to it nearby.
Yeah, for sure. I think that I think it's interesting to kind of see these stages of a town, because usually you see places that they're ever working on things, but it's interesting to see something from the ground up, and so I find that's quite cool in some ways to see. So
Yeah, it is kind of neat. I mean, most of the time you travel around, it's like, oh, this place has been around for 150 years. Like, well, how long has this place been around? Well, how long has this place been around? Kind of look around. It's like, what was it? Marsh? Yeah. How long has this place been around? Well, technically the bar's been around for 150 years. But we had renovations, so it looks quite new. I was like, well, shit. All right, well, I guess the place has been around for 150 years. But that doesn't detract from my point. It's still it's a nice looking spot. They seem to be doing a lot of work around here. So, damn it, that did kind of take away my point. But it's a nice spot.
Well, I think we understood in some ways what you meant. Now you say this is your new headquarters. Is where were you guys located before?
Oh, we weren't. We weren't really headquartered. We kind of traveled around. We did start out, kind of more of as kind of like mercenary types. Like we just go get odd jobs. We just kind of You know, we were all part of the same group, same, I guess, organization, but we didn't have like a headquarters. We all just kind of traveled around. In the region we were traveling, everyone kind of just knew our name and crest. So like Mason Order, you knew, this is the guy for the job or not.
And you, Richter, you said is you're with these. I gestured to both of them. You're with them.
Well, I am now. I'm not normally with yellow cloaked tall men, but
Well,
yeah, I don't know. I know these guys. I don't know anyone else. So I suppose in the grand scheme of this here hunt we're going on, these are the fellas that I'm with.
Okay, so you guys all have met previously to this, then, yeah?
I've only met I never met Anders before, but I knew Cyrus.
Okay, I gotcha.
Again, nice to meet you, Anders.
Great to meet you too. And you guys are again sitting across from each other. It just gives you an awkward handshake, like on the same side of the bench.
It's a real pleasure.
Oh, it's a great pleasure. I mean, I'm surprised I haven't really heard about you before. You seem like a good time. I'm sorry. It's like, well, we normally talk about work.
We'll see.
All right, well, yeah, I guess I'm not opposed to just having a few more drinks and seeing what happens. If I were a betting man, and I am, I would say if we're gonna meet in the middle of the night or towards the middle of the night, there's probably no intention for us to travel in the middle of the night into the marsh. I'm sure we spend the night and leave in the morning, right?
I kind of like, man. I certainly hope so. I would hate to. I mean, just off what you guys have already said, and just the kind of apparently tales of this area, I would hope we're not going into this deadly mire at night. It seems like it's already got enough of its own issues during the day. So,
and at this point, Anders kind of speaks up. It's like, well, I don't know how dangerous it is anymore. Again, I mentioned crocodile. That's alligator. I don't know. I don't remember how they work, which one's in where. But the big reptile.
Can I make an intelligence check? Would I know? Would I know it?
You could go ahead and make an intelligence.
Okay, great.
Absolutely. You nerd. And for no reason in particular, I'm googling.
12.
12. On a 12, do you have any proficiency in nature?
Oh, sorry, no. 13. I do not have proficiency in nature now.
Okay. On a 13, you're pretty sure it's alligator in a swamp, not a crocodile.
If I'm not sure, if I'm not confident, I don't say anything.
Yeah, you're not confident. Yeah.
I'm not saying anything.
Yeah.
I'm also gonna say nothing, even though I definitely know the answer.
But he reiterates, like, well, the reason I mentioned that is because, like, I don't know if you saw the dam out there. Like, there's not a lot of water going into that swamp. It seems pretty dry. So I'm imagining whatever scary thing probably would be living off, like the environment's changed in there quite a bit. So I'm sure,
That's fair.
If they're building a keep in there, if they're trying to get a road going through there, I'm sure the scary stories are scary stories. But nowadays it's, probably a lot more civil. It makes a lot more sense. I mean, saw them lumberjacking all the way out on the other side of the river, or where the river was, just falling trees and using them.
Well, wouldn't it be safe to assume that if we're going on a hunt and the area has already been manipulated by the dam, that we'd probably be going on a hunt somewhere not manipulated by the dam?
That's possible. I don't know. I mean, the dam's holding in a lot of water. I'm sure the swamp's all changed around, but again, when I think hunt, I think creature. If I think ghost or some form of like gross ass creature, like like a demon thing or whatever the hell,
Some kind of formidable monster.
Yeah, well, that I think it's more of like you get like a group together. You set out a
purge.
You send out to hunt it. Yeah, you send out like a party. You don't invite people to a fun gathering, then send them out for like a remraz or whatever the hell.
Yeah, the wording of the letter I got from my friend here seemed an awful lot like this is, more of a high class kind of. You go there for fun, do a little bit of shooting, come in for a bit of a meal, have a grand old time, not really we're not taking care of an infestation here.
At this point, Cyrus does goes like, "Well, to be fair, I'm the one who wrote the letter,
Yeah, but
so I don't really know." But that's the language I got in my letter. I want to point out I didn't say we're going on a fox hunt exactly. I don't think we're like just drinking whiskey on horseback, but that'd be cool. I just, I'm imagining it might be like a boar hunt type thing where you have to like work together, get spears. It's gonna be a fight, but
spears.
then we're done. When we're done with that, we go get some drinks.
Well, the crowd's applauding.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
weird.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
oh
they
my
like
God.
the boar hunt. They love it.
The crowd goes mild.
The crowd does go mild.
I'm gonna cast a
Um,
message and send it in the direction of where Galen went.
Oh my God.
So
He's
Galen went up
sitting
the
right across-
staircase.
Do I see him like talking to himself? Like,
You can give me another sleight of hand check here, or I guess yes, another sleight of hand check. If you want to roll a perception check, though, you can.
I mean, I'm not
See if you
looking for
catch it.
anything in particular. I just
You give me a perception to see if you're gonna catch this. You're not like
Okay.
you're not like investigating him.
7.
no, I don't give a shit what he's doing.
Do I see this? I don't give a fuck.
Do I see this? Yeah, go fuck yourself.
I got a
That's what
7.
I'm saying.
You both
16.
got 7? Oh, 16. Okay, that's different. So yeah, you can see him kind of going to the table, muttering a little bit, and like you're a seasoned enough spellcaster yourself that you can tell he is casting the message spell. However, you're casting it in the direction that he went.
I can see that he's casting a message spell.
You point your
specifically.
finger towards a creature within range. So I mean, if I know where the general direction he went,
He went upstairs, so he is somewhere above you.
120 feet. Is he within 120 feet, or do I not even know?
He
necessarily where?
is within 100. He is, or unless the building's really goddamn tall, he is within
Yeah.
120 feet. But
Skyscraper.
you don't know his exact location.
Okay. When I cast it, I'm gonna
If
try.
you,
But if
Yeah,
it
go ahead.
fails, then I'll just be like, okay.
Yeah, I will let you. I'll let you go ahead and give me an Arcana check on that,
Okay.
just to kind of like get like kind of more intuition, either Arcana or if you already rolled. Or
15.
yeah, you successfully send off a message and you do kind of connect. You do feel like there's only one person kind of upstairs, one kind of thing, and it was a familiar force. Like you
Okay.
send a message off.
I bend the copper wire up, and then I send the
Nice.
spell. And I will message Galen and say, which room did you procure?
How long has it been? Like 2 minutes?
It's been like maybe 15.
50? 15.
I was gonna say it's been a little bit.
What room did I get, Connor?
2.
Wow.
Yeah,
Room
you got
2.
room 2. There you are. Switching that up a little bit.
Dude's animosity I can feel, bro, through the
Yeah.
through the camera.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the only other person who got a room here got room 1.
That's
Well,
because it's
I don't. That's meta, bro. I don't know who the fuck.
But yes, you got room 2.
I'm going to be like, okay,
Glenn.
and then be like, well, if you excuse me, gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and meet up with my compatriot, and we will. I guess I'll be seeing you all later this evening at some point. And so I gather my books, my couple things that I had kind of strewn out, and shove them in my satchel, and then stand up and less interacted with, depart.
Got you. Really quick. Cordell, are you doing anything as you're waiting for dusk? You got your picnic basket of just carbs.
Hell yeah.
Needed.
Okay. And then Rafe and Cordell as not Rafe. Rafe and Galen as you make your way upstairs to that room with him inside. As what do you guys? You guys gonna have a conversation? Or you just gonna go chill there as well?
Yeah. Well, we're gonna have an awkward conversation or attempt it.
Okay. Beforehand, Richter, you're still there with your friends, Cyrus and Anders. Just like at this point, they're just kind of mellow out and just idle conversations. Is there anything else that you want to make a point of talking about, or?
I don't think so. Yeah,
Awesome.
I think we're just kind of hanging out.
Well, here's a fun thing. This gets to be at least a 2-minute cliffhanger. So I have to pee really, really bad. But when we come back in just a second, it'll be Rafe and Galen. I'll be with you guys.
Okay.
All right.
I thought I was already in the room.
You were. I'm coming to your room. Bro, please. This man, even outside of interacting, is RPing the scout, bro.
I don't like you.
I don't give a fuck. I need you to survive.
You need me to survive, bro? I need me to die, dude.
Yeah, no.
This is quite an interesting group.
It really is. I don't know how to approach you guys without being sus. I can't just be like, oh, you look like a group of adventurers. Do you want to get along?
It's okay. It's
You were
okay. It's
staring
okay.
at me.
It's okay. Cordell, we're gonna meet literally in like 4 hours, so that'll be the way.
That's what I figured.
I just want to have what I just want to try to get glean some stuff off this guy, and then I think we'll fast forward to really start getting to this.
Yeah.
Bro, he's like, how do I meet them?
Oh,
Where's the
I was
alchemy
tempted to
shop?
waste more time like messing with this pug head. What was that?
Nothing. Ready to go.
nothing. Talking about bread.
Yeah, talking about jams and shit.
Jams and
You
stuff.
guys are good to go.
Exactly like
Okay,
that.
so,
I don't wanna
I'm
get back at
I'm gonna knock on the door and then just slowly open it, waiting for it to be immediately shut on my head. Maybe, like kind of like that doesn't
The
happen.
door
you-
opens in. Yeah.
Yeah, if that doesn't
But
happen.
you knock on the door and you go to open it, it's locked.
Oh, fuck.
There is no lock on these doors.
I figured. When he gave you a piece of wood, bro, I was like, "There's no lock on this shit."
You're holding a piece of wood with the number 2 painted on it.
You knock on the door and you just slowly open it.
Yes.
I'm laying in bed with a crossbow.
Okay, I'm slowly opening it. I'm just waiting for something to occur. It's slowly creaking open. What are you doing?
Hey, who is it?
It's Braff.
Oh. I'll set the crossbow on the ground and I'll slide under the bed.
Okay. As I enter into the room, I'll close the door behind me and kind of just take off my backpack and then undo my satchel and kind of set it off to the kind of in like a corner that's not being occupied. How much furniture is in these rooms? Just like a bed and
There is a because of the room. I imagine the conversation was had were 2 beds. So there's like 2 beds. There's like a little table with 2 chairs out.
okay.
kind
Yeah,
of
good. I
separating
would have
the
got
table.
one. I would have got one with 2
Okay.
beds.
You got one without 2 beds?
With
He said
two
with.
beds.
Oh, I was like, that's even more fucked up. That's even more fucked up than I thought.
He just
I'll
wants
just
to cuddle.
I'll just put my my gear kind of in the corner, and I'll just kind of go over. I'll take my book of notes out, and then just kind of walk over and sit on the other bed, kind of mimicking Gallon as he's laying down, and kind of just prop myself up on a pillow, and then like just sit there and see if he prompts any conversation, and then if he doesn't, we'll go from there.
I'll be laying there with my eyes closed, but I'll say, what did you learn from them?
Well, so I learned that the Masons, or whatever this order, they weren't really located anywhere specifically. I guess this is like their first actual like encampment or placement in the world. I guess they were roving around. The shorter fellow Richter, he I guess is with them loosely. In some ways, I mean, they obviously doesn't dress the part, but I think that him and Cyrus, they were friends, or they're compatriots. Anders is new, and then just a similar continued confusion on what we're hunting per se.
So, looking at 1 second, Richter, Connor, would I have known that he's a druid?
You can go ahead and give me you give me an insight check. Sounds about right. I was about to say lore check, but that's a different system. You can go ahead and give me an insight,
Lore, hit me with that lore.
Insight?
please.
Is the DC pretty low?
It's max 40.
15.
I don't-
15, I think would meet because I don't think in your description, Rick, you weren't dressed in any way that would assume you would be looking any different than a druid, especially as we discussed. Your quarters have like flowers coming out of it. and
Yeah,
such.
I'm not making too much of an effort to disguise it or anything.
So that in that case, you could certainly make the assumption with that he would be a druid of some kind, or if not, a very enthusiastic herbalist.
Yeah. The greatest botanist on Mars.
Then, so what were you saying? Braff?
I was just saying that they and I was finishing with they just mentioned that they weren't entirely sure as to what the hunt would be. as we are all kind of confused in that realm.
Mhm. I find it interesting. I do not believe that he would have invited a druid and me if it was to hunt some boar in the
Wait,
swamp.
there's a druid? Is it the halfling? You think?
The one at the table, yes.
That's the one.
And I know those buffoons in yellow aren't going to be much help either.
They seem like the normal, common fighting type of, with swords, but they don't seem very.
'Cause if they would have, because if they've cleared the swamp, as they say, I believe this is an instance where where the Baron is seeking outside help to remove something that they couldn't.
Well, I had mentioned to them as well that because they were talking about what could it possibly be if we were hunting in the kind of area which the dam is kind of dried out, but I had brought up the fact that maybe we're not hunting there, maybe we're going farther and deeper into the marsh, and maybe it's. I mean, the Baron already seems like to be pretty expansive with land, so maybe he is. Maybe he's trying to use us to maybe rid of something that he can continue to build upon or something. Not entirely sure. But you say you. Well, I'm curious as to what necessarily you said, druid and you, and so I'm assuming when you put in that context like that, what do you do? Obviously, you seem seasoned, and you explained that you've been doing this longer than I've been alive, which. Noted, but I'm curious what specifically. And I apologize if I'm pressing too much. I'll just and I kind of like not like roll over, but I kind of like look like I was making like I was looking at him as he was talking, but now I'm like kind of being a little bit more off to the side.
Your grandfather ever mentioned me?
I mean, he mentioned you and Karina, in passing. He never really spoke much about you specifically. Karina, he had mentioned about the estate and what she was doing, but Ralph Ford never mentioned you, at least specifics in the sense of what you went off to do. He knew that you went off to do and pursue adventuring of some sort, but not much more was given, and I don't think he knew much more than that.
You heard of a blood hunter?
Can I roll a history check?
You can.
Yes. And this is if I wouldn't, then that's fine. But this is just mainly from like my research at Varcraft.
Exactly. Yeah.
So let me go ahead and it's just that
you're studious, but I will say this isn't like a well-known thing.
Right. I just want to roll, even if it's futile. So it's history. It's a 4 plus 7, so 11.
Yeah, that name does not strike any.
Yeah,
chord with you.
and I no, I can't say that I've heard of such things or people or
maybe more known commonly as, say, a witch hunter or a ghost slayer.
I can't say that I've heard of such things.
I would say those names are very common and probably used very loosely. So even though you might have heard those names before, but you can't pin down it.
In a context like this, I'm kind of like, I don't think it's necessarily what he means. So I have not. So what does that entail? What does that mean?
In my younger years, I was part of an order that was tasked with rooting out evil in those that use dark magic, and also foul beasts that plague villages, plague ruins. The stuff that a normal knight can't.
I'm like leaning forward, like up, like leaning in towards him, just like enthralled.
I've traveled very far doing it. And what's interesting that so I assume the Baron may have heard of my exploits. Wasn't necessarily subtle with it. So if he's inviting me there, then I can assume it means the worst.
Yeah. Well, I was getting more reassured as time went on, but now I'm not feeling so good anymore about this. Well, on a different note, and I hesitate even to bring it up, why did, and I'm not looking at him, looking down, why did she leave you as the sole heir to the estate? And now I look up. Even though I think you still have your eyes closed, yeah? Kind of laying there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
I start sweating.
I'm not sure. Maybe. I had returned and spoken to her a few times over the years whenever I was back. Could be out of pity. When I was really young. How old are you?
I'm 25.
Oh, maybe not that. I thought you were younger. Definitely younger than you. I was given up as a child to the Order. Undergone mutation. That turns you... It gives you the ability... It gives you the ability to hunt these sort of creatures. Gives you that edge you need. That's why, even as old as I am, still able to function quite well. And, not sure how many people in the family knew about it, but, maybe one of the reasons.
I
And
whisper
you know,
under...
after...
Oh, go ahead.
You know, after this, this all ends, maybe I will retire. We'll see. Maybe I'll die in the swamp. After that family gathering, that seems like the ideal outcome from this.
For us, I don't know about for us necessarily. I mean, I don't want to say for you because that's okay. Okay. Well, all right. And I'm gonna just like throw my legs to the other side of the bed, back facing him, and just pour over my notes from my.
Just like just
Yeah, literally.
You'll be fine.
I go. Okay.
right, and then at this point, probably like almost a familiar condensed silence takes over. Where it's just mutually uncomfortable. As you guys begin passing the time in the weirdest way possible. Just pouring over the notes, like facing away from each other as, of course, Galen, you are
I'm
trying.
sleeping peacefully.
You're catching some sleep. If you want to take the, if either of you, or really anybody here, feels the need, and I don't think anyone's used a resource, but you would gain the benefits of a short rest at this time, as everyone's kind of just doing kind of more menial and just kind of like relaxing.
Buying jams and such.
Buying jams and such.
Actually, I will do something for fun. I will go ahead, and while I'm doing this, and I don't know how loud I'll be, and so you can tell me, Connor. I'm going to ritually cast Detect Magic. It's vocal and somatic, and I want to ritually cast Detect Magic, and I want to just glean if there anything magical about the gear of Galen.
Go ahead and try to do this with a sleight of hand. Or you can do a stealth check because you are fully turned away. So if you just want to be quiet about it, your hands don't necessarily need to do much. But.
Well, so my thought would be like I would go over to my bag and pretend I'm rummaging through something, and then just kind of kind of spend some time over there, kind of laying some things out, and just like making it look like I'm doing something, but I'm really like ritually casting. My spell book's open.
In that case, a performance check sounds perfect.
Oh shit! I have negative to that. All right.
Well, I appreciate the commitment to
10.
this is the way I'm going to go about it.
10.
A 10?
Yeah. I'm awkward as fuck.
Go ahead and try. You were trying to sleep here, Galen. So I will let you do this with disadvantage, but you can do so a perception check. Just kind of hear and pick up what's happening.
Advantage perception. Get a 6.
Well, hey, the performance does it. You hear rustling as you're just kind of like laying down there. But yeah, you're just going, you take out, you spend time casting this spell, just going over stuff. And also, like, accidentally, it's also like helpful organization for your backpack.
Nice.
You have been traveling kind of this for a while. You haven't really had proper opportunities to rest in the back of a wagon. So stuff's been kind of rustled around. And yeah, you do successfully complete the casting of Detect Magic. And yeah, are you turning to look and see what he has?
Yeah, 30 feet. I'm gonna look around and see what it. Not like if there's bags. I want to see if anything glows, and then I want to see if anything on him. I'm not gonna obviously do any more prying. It's mainly I took all this time. I'm gonna take a quick glance, check the room, check to see what he's got, and then drop it pretty much almost like immediately.
Well, in that case, Galen, what does he see?
He sees everything glow.
You can see your actually. You can see You can see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears magic, and you learn at School of Magic. I don't really care so much about School of Magic, but just if things that are glowing for
Right.
they're magical.
So my question is, what on your person, or might it be? Where does he see any magic permeating?
Tell me your secrets,
Wait,
Gal.
it says people that can use magic.
No.
If you're magical, like
No.
if it's like.
It says if you sense for duration you sense the presence of magic within 30 feet of you. If you sense magic in this way, you can use your action to see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears magic, and you learn its School of Magic, if any. And then it can penetrate most barriers, so that'd be like backpacks and stuff. I wouldn't say if you can cast magic, it's mainly like magical items or like effects.
Oh, well, you would see my backpack with the lantern attached to it. You would see the lantern glow.
Okay, that's it.
Other than that, nothing else would glow.
After just doing a glance, I'm like, okay, and then I'll go ahead and go and drop it. But that's it. Other than that, I'm cool to chill till our meeting.
Cordell and then Richter, are you guys trying to do anything with this time as dusk is approaching? As it goes on, like for instance, Cordell, you just bought all this bread. What are you going to do to spend your time? Just go for a walk around, or?
I'm gonna head back to my room and kind of make a bread spread and try out my breads, and my jellies, and my meats, and my cheese.
Yeah.
Bread spread.
Okay.
Nice.
In that case, Cordell.
Yep.
What on your person is magical? As
Oh
in
shit!
the time frame this would all take place, you are in room 1, they're in room 2. You can
Ooh.
see magical items through wood.
Nice.
So
okay.
Oh,
Okay.
So I would say,
Okay.
I would say, though it is through wood, you cast Detect Magic, you turn in to look and see, you see the glowing lantern. Then as you turn back to look to drop it, you do catch out of the corner of your eye something in the other room
Okay.
is glowing.
Okay.
Not specific, but something is.
Okay. I kind of hesitate and I leave it up. I'm like,
But I will say it's through a wall.
Right.
It's not even confirmed that it is necessarily you, so you don't need to say what it is.
I look down now because I didn't think about this before.
Looking down and focusing on it, you are looking through. You're above. You're looking down, and I would say you're seeing a couple things, all kind of in this tight circle. You can tell that there's like 2 separate magical objects now.
I whisper to myself, kind of like, well, that paid off more
Are you-
than I thought.
Are you?
Hmm.
Before you drop this, are you pressing to find any of the schools of magic?
So it says you do know them.
If you,
And you learn.
in that case,
Yeah, I'll know them. I'll press then.
all right. So I believe Sir Denrick, you have to correct me.
Sir
if I'm wrong. I believe
Denrick's
yours is
here?
Illusion.
Sir
Sir Denrick. Galen, who is-
He burst in the room.
Yeah, I
He's
call him
back.
Sir. I call him Sir Denrick in the home game sometimes. It just
Hell
comes
yeah.
up.
It's
He
iconic,
just made
bro.
himself the character.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's
Um,
iconic.
I believe yours is illusion magic.
Me?
Yes, I believe yours is illusion.
Mine is not illusion magic.
I will say,
Mine is Hemocraft.
Hemo?
Hemo.
Bemo.
is that the magical item you have?
The magical item.
School of Magic?
It'd be a school of magic. I would have.
Yeah.
Oh, the item itself?
Yeah, whatever school. I mean,
Oh.
and that's
the item itself, I believe, yeah, it'd be illusion because it just reveals what is magically invisible.
Oh, okay.
So, okay, that's the only one I really needed
I thought you
confirmation.
meant the magic I used.
No, it was just the item as he's using the
Bro,
text.
I'm looking into your snow.
So you use that, you just have to just take an extra sec to make sure you confirm. It's like, oh, there's an illusion magic here. You look through, you catch something from the wall, and it's giving off a very different color. And looking at something on the other side of the wall, it's giving off a necrotic
Oh my god.
energy. Then you notice something downward. You look down. Something there is giving evocation,
Okay.
and something there is also giving off strong necrotic energy.
Oh fuck. Okay, well, shit.
Bro said it's a horror campaign.
I said, oh fuck.
Bro,
Okay.
bro, she is bad. dude.
It's okay. Concentration up to 10 minutes. I start sweating. I'm like, okay.
It's like the fifth time.
I look over. I look over, and I'm actually going to. Okay, I look over and I contemplate and I think for a second, and then I go over to Galen. Actually, I go over to Galen and I go, or I whisper out from where I am. I go, Galen.
What is it?
I kind of then now knowing he's awake, I go over to the side of his bed, kind of like crouching, and I go, so in the room, and I gesture to the left. The room to the left of us, I'm getting necrotic energy, kind of dark energy. Long story short, I cast detect magic. I cast a spell that lets me detect kind of magic around the area within 30 feet of me, and or like in a vicinity, and I'm getting necrotic energy from the room to our left, and then downstairs as well. I'm getting two pings. One is evocation, and another one is more necrotic energy than than the one to our to the other room, and I was thinking I should, while I still have this up, I should go down there and see what's giving these off. If you want to come with, or I can just go down and I can come back up and tell you what's going on.
Wait 1 second. I'll stand up
I'll back up from the bed.
and I'll put on my armor real quick, and then I'll grab
What's
my
your
long
armor look
sword.
like, by the way? What kind of armor is it that you're wearing?
I sent a picture of the visual and graphics.
Well, I mean, I'm asking to describe it if you don't mind.
It's
It looks badass.
It's a breastplate. It's like a breastplate, kind of mixed with kind of more of like a greatcoat. It's probably not like super long, and then yeah, it's got like a kind of a heavier belt, a couple like wards on it or whatever. Yeah,
Hell yeah.
like a sash.
You're able to throw it in just a couple minutes. You have a
Yeah,
good amount of time with the spell effect here before you're able to make your way down. But yeah, at this point, you're saddled up. You got your armor ready to go in the space. I will say, Cordell, you have your bread, meat, cheese, jams, uninterrupted, kind of in your room. You just kind of get all these breads out. Are you just like cutting up every piece of bread, just trying every piece of bread?
Yeah, not a whole lot of it. I just kind of want to get the tip of each of them so I can try them.
God.
Phenomenal.
and, then, and then a little bit of my sides too. I don't want to, take all the meat and cheese and jam. I just want to try it for the most part. Make sure there's no bad apples in there.
Well, yeah, I think trying it. It's fresh bread. It's all good. It's all good meats. It's all good cheese. It's good jams. Though you do come into this issue, which I can attest to in my real life, is I'm just taking bites off this baguette. You get thirsty, man. You are, dude.
Shit.
If you don't have water on hand, it gets thirsty up there. So, do you have any water with you, or are you gonna have to go downstairs to get something?
I once again leave my room naked but with clothes on,
Okay.
and go down to the keep, the bartender.
And I think as you guys are getting ready, getting stuff, and you do hear the door next to you open, and whoever was in there make his way downstairs.
I'm going to hearing that. You hear it, yeah.
You hear it. You also have the tech magic, so you can see the ping moving.
Ooh, okay, actually, never mind. I immediately want to go, but then I'm like, wait, okay, hold on, that's fine.
He's still getting the armor.
Yeah.
Doffing and donning.
I panic for a second, and I'm like, okay, hold on.
So you make your way downstairs.
When he's ready, yes.
Again, like the bartender. At this point, the bartender is actually gone. There seems to be just a server, just some like middle-aged woman. She's sitting there like getting some things cleaned up. She sees you come from downstairs, like, oh, you're one of the patrons from upstairs. Well, welcome. I don't know if I met you yet. Welcome to Marsha's. Can I get you something to drink?
Thank you very much. Yeah, do you can I get a glass of water, please?
Just glass of water.
Just a glass of water, that'll be
Sure.
it.
Sure, yeah. She kind of leans over to the kitchen. Is like, hey, Sam, go run over to the well and go get some water. Yeah, thanks. We'll get you a glass of water here in a minute.
Thank you. I'll take a seat.
Yeah, no problem. And then go and sit down. Yeah, and then of course that's just happening. You guys are ready in your room at this point. You have all the pings now. You're able to track it as he went down the stairs.
Okay.
Disappeared for a minute as it went down that way, but it does reappear down below.
Okay, so my thought is that we while we're going down, if whatever I I learn or can locate, I'll send. Well, should I send a message spell to you, or should we wait till we get back up to the room, or how do you want to go about this?
I'll just wait here for 1 second, and I'll lean down. I'll pull out my long sword. I'll say, "Follow me. Stay back. Stay back a ways." I'm gonna enter into the hallway.
Are you drawing it, or is it just have it on?
Yeah.
You're drawing it?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm like, okay.
Yeah. And entering into the hallway again, it's like there's only ever 2 rooms occupied. It's a clear hallway all the way down to the stairs.
You said 2 doors over.
I said like
no, it was the next immediate room.
I whisper out to Gallon as he opens the door with his drawn sword. Do you think this is the best approach? I feel like maybe we should.
There's only one way to approach necrotic energy.
Okay.
He said it was in here.
No, it's moved. It's all of my indications of magical items or effects are now downstairs.
So, right before this is happening, just a little bit before this is happening, downstairs, where Cold Earl just made it and Richter is downstairs, still chatting away, having water. Did you go and join the rest of the party at the table with your water, or you just got your own space?
Just my own space. I imagine, like at a bar.
But while you're down there, you do hear a curious noise. Matter of fact, just to make sure you hear a curious noise, I'd like both Richter and Cordell to give me perception checks.
8.
8.
Oh shit! Just to make sure you both fail.
Short
so
king energy. You don't hear that weird of a noise. At least not until at the table. You're talking, and Cyrus is like staring at the like, what the hell? And they kind of lean back, kind of look. One of them kind of goes in like towards the window and kind of looks out. And at this point, you're clued in yourself, Richter, as your compatriots notice. You can hear horses outside, which, I mean, you guys all left the carriage quite a ways back. At least you hear horses, and coming up, you can hear like horses moving on. You can hear like carriage wheels. You can hear like something like shouting outside. People seem to be like quite frustrated with the fact that there's a carriage in an area of town where it seemed more than apparent to everyone else to leave it on the side. But a carriage draws itself up, and as the two of you are making your way downstairs, you begin to pick up the commotion as well. No one's like jumping around, right? But there is like people. Everyone's kind of turning around and looking. You yourself.
We're moving downstairs.
If that is the move you guys are beginning to make, yeah.
Well, I had my sword drawn at the doorway, but then when he said it moved downstairs, I sheathed it.
Gotcha.
Before I walked out.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, everyone who's in the actual bar this time, you can see as the door opens, as some people like Marsh, he makes his way. He kind of comes out back from the kitchen, like hearing commotion, and makes his way out. Again, opens the door, and you can see there's like a proper not like a wagon, but like a carriage, and not just like a carriage, but like a well-made, like fine wood. There seems to be some painting. There's some like gallantry on it. There's like it's being led by 4 horses that are incredibly well groomed. Walking alongside it, there's like 2 actually armored knights with halberds walking alongside it. There's some shouting, and it's like people with halberds like, just stay back, stay back. Moving in, like guys, just like leave it at this. Hey, just stay back, and they bring the carriage about 10 feet away from the front, like the front door. Like they get it about like it's about saddled up to that patio.
Do I like kick on to this commotion? Am I aware?
Yes, you are aware of this. So you
see, you're running back upstairs.
Yeah, I'm going back upstairs just while this is happening.
Wait, that means we cross paths.
So yeah, you hear this commotion. You guys are making your way downstairs as he's making his way upstairs. So as you're removing yourself from this situation, this is now just essentially for Richter. As you are the only person who's able to clock this. One of the people with the halberds, again, they're brightly colored, lot of red on their armor. Like they seem to have a lot of leather involved with their plate, but a lot of them are wearing at least breastplate armor. They open up the door, and then they see a incredibly stylish looking man steps out. Just like he's wearing armor, but it's just so ornate, it's ridiculous. Like it's just way too dressed up. He has like a hunter's cap with a feather in it.
Oh,
that comes out, makes a big show about grabbing this big fuck off longbow out from the side of the carriage, puts the quiver on, and is like, "All right, gentlemen, I don't know what to tell you, but let's go for a hunt, eh?" And they all just like the 2 halberds like, "That's very good, sir. Yep, that's good." It's like, all right. And he starts making his way in, and it's just and he sees Mars. He's like, "Oh, pardon us. It's been a long journey. Didn't want to walk any further. We'll compensate you for whatever." Like, there's no compensate. Just don't bring a carriage on the patio. I don't know how you got it through. It's like, well, we're creative. We'll bring it around to whatever stable. And he kind of gives a nod to like there's 2 people saddled up on the seat. And they making their way out as this huntsman is making his way over inside the actual tavern. Only have Cordell sing this, or sorry, we only have Richter sing this. As Cordell, you're making your way upstairs, and as Galen and Bradford, you're making your way downstairs. You do, for the first time, come within any proximity of each other, right at like the stairs going down and up, right there at that landing. You guys kind of bump into each other. And Braff, you being there, you seeing him, you already have the spell proc. There's no roll necessary to see that his belt is growing necrotic energy.
Oh, fucking shit. Okay.
Wait, who is it?
It is
a man you were not familiar with the name of, but you saw him when he first entered.
Immediately, like just instinctually, I smack Galen's like shoulder as I'm like a couple steps above, and I smack his shoulder, and that's what I do. As Cordell is like rearing up and around, and I notice the energy.
Do I see that? Is it suspicious?
Are the stairs like they come up and then double back and go up?
Yes. So you guys kind of bump each other onto the landing. So you're probably still above on that stair when you see him give the smack. But I will say, if you're giving a smack, it'll be you can do a stealth and a perception roll here.
Okay.
I'll let you do sleight of hand if you prefer here, as there's a lot of just like.
I will do, if it's between stealth or sleight of hand, I'll do stealth. 21.
Corey, what's your perception on that?
Bro's got rolled.
Nat 20.
Oh
my God.
no.
I was like, I'm not gonna even roll, but I got a nat 20. So
yeah. So as you walk in,
my God.
not only did you see him walk up, you see like the slap. It's like very slight. It's almost like a brush on the shoulder. You see that, and like you just like there's just like a instinct that kind of it's almost like fight or flight. But you get the information from your eyes, from experience, and then like a feeling you've gone kind of familiar with. That you're not a fan of this feeling, but there's a feeling that kind of comes over you that's right more than wrong, that lets you know, like, yeah, this is wrong. Like they found us.
I'm in like talking distance, right?
Yeah, you're like 5 feet away from 5 feet away from Galen, and just on the other side of him is Braff.
You never seen a halfling before?
You gesture to me that indicating that this is
all I did was I smacked you. I didn't even do. All I did was like just hit as soon as this individual came up, I hit you, and I That's it. That's all. You can interpret that as you will.
How scared did you look? Besides the normal amount.
I'm sweating more.
That's not normal.
I looked.
Dude,
like,
He's behind you. He is behind you.
That's true. Unless you turn and look. I mean, I'll let you know if you turn and look.
Looks like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah,
ace.
exactly. Yeah.
I guess he was basically guiding me to like where we're going. So if he smacked me, I suppose I would turn around and look at him.
And my eyes just go like darting from you to like to his belt like a couple times. And then I go, and then you say, "Have you never seen a halfling?" I'm like, "Oh, no, I was gesturing. We had seen you earlier in the bar, and I was curious. And I just start fumbling, and I just start rambling, basically.
Curious about what?
Are you still walking towards this portal?
We're like next to each other. We're like on this fucking
No.
Yeah,
landing.
you guys are like,
I guess
You're
we're gonna
kinda-
come to a standstill on this.
Yeah.
Well, I'm making my way up a slower. You know,
Walking
like
by
I'll
them,
start.
yeah.
I'll start to walk by you if we start to cross.
I put my hand on my sword and I'll reach my hand out. I say, "Hold right there. Who are you?"
My name is Cord. How can I help you? Who are you?
Are you staring at us earlier? Why are you doing that?
No particular reason. You were reading a note in the doorway. I don't see that often. I was here last night, and not a single person did that, so it just caught my attention.
Are you here for the by chance the hunt as well?
A hunt, you say? Are you here for a hunt?
I just look at Gallon.
God!
We are supposed to be meeting someone here this evening.
Valmar?
Valnor, yes.
How do you know him?
I don't. We received a letter from him.
Interesting. May I go now?
No. I guess by this I would have.
This is the most paladin blood hunter I think I've ever seen.
No.
I'm gonna start walking up.
My next question: why does your belt radiate necrotic energy?
You don't know that. You got
Wait,
smacked. You don't know that.
I would though because he.
I told
You
him
don't know the belt.
I told. Oh, you're right. I didn't. Yeah, we don't know specifics, and actually, in some ways, we don't even know. Yeah. All I know is that I hit you, and so
You can just
You can
Okay.
infer a lot, but you don't know. You
Yeah.
might know from the inference there's necrotic something. You don't know.
And
what
I
that
was
is.
looking at his belt, but like that'd be hard to distinguish with my eyes. Like I might have been looking just at him. So
It
wouldn't
sounds
know.
like you. I think you could rephrase it as, "Why is your room radiating necrotic energy?"
So his room radiated,
there was an aura that I indicated to you
and then
that,
it was
and
downstairs.
we don't even know if it's his room necessarily. That's the thing too.
But he never said. He
We
never
don't-
said that
we
it
don't-
was.
We don't know what room he's in. I just hit you
Or it. Oh yeah. Never mind. You're right.
because I didn't exit out the door.
You would
I
have seen it. The energy would have been around my waist, so like a foot tall.
Right?
circle,
No. So
if that
I would
helps.
know that, but Gallon would not. That's why he like.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
the
Yeah,
important distinction,
I
yeah.
can't indicate to
Okay.
him where I know
Okay.
this, but I hit him, and now he's going off the assumption that like something is wrong or something is on you or around you or something. So now this is all you, bro. I'm just staying there.
I'm gonna start making my way up, but take your time. I'm not like rushing you. I'm just gonna. You say no, and I'm like, and don't care, and just take a step until you say
See?
whatever you say next.
Are you hesitating, or are you thinking, Todd? Is your character hesitating?
I guess I'll hesitate for a second.
Okay.
I'm just gonna keep walking then.
I'm like watching you both, and I just say, I'll whisper as soon as you're like up the stairs some, and like not like looking back. I'll lean in and whisper to you. It was the belt. It was the whip or the leather band around his waist that was revealing it. But that wasn't the strongest energy that I felt. There's something greater downstairs.
Stealth check, perception check. because I believe you have pretty keen hearing, Cordell, so you might be able to
17 for stealth.
You saying eye percept?
Yeah, because to be able to hear any of what he's saying.
7.
You do not hear anybody. You can hear murmuring as you're traveling. You know they are speaking in low tones, but you're not picking up any of the specifics.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
I don't pay any mind to it.
I mean, I think that we should definitely keep our eye out, but I don't think we should necessarily make a scene as of right now, because it seems like he's here for the same reason we are.
We'll come back to that. Go downstairs.
I proceed to my room.
For sure, you make your way safely
Just
somehow and successfully
walk.
into a room that doesn't lock.
Just immediately into our room and just rob us. He's like, let me go to my room.
You watch him go into your room, just like, yeah, we'll go downstairs.
Will says, what do you mean? I'm not suspicious.
Starts pilfering.
With rummaging.
But downstairs, while this conversation's happening a little bit there, Richter, you see this man like fully enter into the bar. Again, crossbow and quiver on hand. He has like this like a really small like hand axe on the side there. But he comes in with flanked by 2 heavily armored again halberdiers. And he comes in as like, don't mind me, don't mind the group. Just we'll get the carriage out of here. Just be settling for some drinks, some food. We're just trying to meet some friends here. Then we'll be out of your hair. No problem. We're just going for a hunt.
Who the fuck are you?
Oh, who the fuck are you? And it's like, can I? And he turns to the guards like, can you seize him? It's like, sir, we have absolutely no jurisdiction here.
Can you seize him?
All right, well, buddy, mind your fucking business, all right? And it's like, let's get some drinks for me and my compatriots. Carriage driver, when he comes up, we can get a good ale for him. He's been good company. And it's like, and then of course, like Mark's like, well, man, that's a good question. Who the fuck are you? Oh, I'm Edmure Kelvin. I'm a local lord. Not really local. Traveled here, invited by the Baron for a hunt. I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
So, yeah, if I get some food, some drink, that'd be awesome. Thank you. Yeah, we can get some food. Again, carriage thing, no go. Make sure you square up well with Randall at the stables. And then like you hear like one of the locals kind of snickering as he hears that. But yeah, you guys on the stairs are making your way down as this exchange is kind of ending. As you see a very well-dressed man flanked by 2 guards, kind of separating from Marsh as they go take their seats.
Do they sit? Where do they sit?
Right?
They sit at that table, like kind of a distance away from the table with the halfling that just told him kind of to fuck off.
Okay.
But they do sit down. They're not like going to the other side of the bar, but they are like sitting. Like they could talk if they wanted, but they're sitting on their own.
Okay.
Did I hear him mention the hunt?
Yes, that was a loud conversation. Everyone in the venue could really hear that. I would say you guys on the stairs, you guys probably were a bit. You can give me perception checks if you like.
No.
But you were certainly preoccupied. Yeah.
Sweat my ass off.
Yeah.
We're
he
going
makes his
down
way.
the stairs.
Yeah, you guys at this point, you guys were.
And we saw him come in basically.
Yeah, you saw him leave his exchange with Marsh and make his way.
Okay. Do I recognize him?
Magic? Do pick up 2 new things as you cast a really good spell in a really good environment.
Fuck yeah, baby.
And fucking ritual cast it too. It's freebied.
Gang.
You pick up on 2 new magical things. One of them is illusion. One of them is, I believe it's abjuration.
Okay.
Both of them, as you have line of sight on this, as you're walking down, are both on the gentleman that you've seen here, who introduces himself as Edmure.
Okay.
So.
But who has the necrotic energy?
You step back. Well, you don't see that energy anymore. Because you did move back. You're now coming towards that place. You're now coming towards where you'll be within 30 feet.
Okay.
Would I recognize this guy?
You can give me a history check to see, because there's nothing I don't believe backstory wise, but you certainly
He's a hunter. Well, I just figured maybe, you know, if he figures he's some great hunter, then maybe I've ran into him before, especially with how flamboyant he is. I'd remember it. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can roll the
History, baby,
check. Yeah.
history.
1.
Nice.
You've seen a lot of flamboyant hunters, man. I mean, at every other circus, rodeo you go to, there's some dude in bright pants with a crossbow. This guy at least has a longbow, but you can't sort it out. At a certain time, it all just becomes muddled.
Oh, what
You might
items?
have met the guy.
What items on this guy?
It's far enough away to see. One is on his hand. One seems kind of nearer to the center of his body.
Mm.
Did I hear?
Near his penis. One's a ring. One's a cock ring.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah. The cock ring of Revivify is a very popular item.
Yes.
Did I hear him loudly exclaim that he's on the hunt too?
You two, you could roll
Would
a
not.
perception check because you guys were a bit preoccupied. But
I
otherwise,
did not.
15.
I think 15. Yeah, walking down. I think as you're kind of switching modes from shady guy. Oh, let's make sure he doesn't go into our unlocked room with our shit. Probably necrotic energy on there. As you make your way down, you're kind of switching gears down below, and you're hearing someone loudly yell he's going on a hunt into the Red Mire.
All right. Well, all I wanted to do was mutter to myself, "Oh fuck."
Yeah, and you guys are making your way in. As you do, like, this kind of like weathered old man kind of comes in. He's wearing like a kind of like dusty cloak and such. He has like a scarf around his neck. He kind of comes hobbling in, and you see as they're sitting down, and he goes like, "Oh, Lenny, thanks again, appreciate it." He's like, "No problem, boss." And parked it up. We're gonna get a handle with that Randall
Lenny,
fella.
man.
He was trying to get all the wool over our eyes there, but we talked it down.
I knew it. Me, Jared knew it.
But as he's kind of like shuffling through, he just because of his path, he is kind of coming near to you guys. So he looks over at a scary-looking man and a scared-looking guy, and he goes, "Oh, hello, pardon me, just make my way over here." And he kind of shuffles his way over to the halberdier and the hunters. I will say,
necrotic energy.
he is all No, you don't get any energy on him.
Dead.
But he just is a lich.
Okay.
Oh well.
This is just a guy. He's talking familiarly with Edmure, so he seems like part of the party of them at least. Yeah.
He's giving off some real Ted Lasso energy, and I like it.
Oh yeah, that's the intention. Again, I've seen the weirdest amount of shows, so I still haven't seen that one. Yeah. We'll work on it. We'll work on it. But you guys are coming a little bit closer, and you are starting to pick up first the evocation. You pick up on that one. And it seems to be quite prominently focused on. They're kind of sitting across from each other, so it seems kind of the hunter of the two. It seems like it's coming from the guy you met as Anders.
Anders, it's what?
The bowman. Evocation.
Right. Where on him?
It's on his back.
Oh, okay. So
It seems in relation to the quiver grabs.
Okay.
And then just taking a few more steps as Larry's kind of making his way through there. I just go, excuse me, just making his way, shuffling past you. As the guy shuffles past, like as he gets out of the way, you see bright bit of necrotic energy there. And I'm gonna go ahead and ask Richter, where on your body might this be?
It's in my pack.
God.
In the backpack.
I'm gonna cast a message. Point the fucking coiled string thing on my finger over towards Gallon and say, whisper and say, it is located I want to say Richter's, the halfling's bag, somewhere within his equipment. Yeah.
He's sitting right in front of us.
I think it's like he's now at the very edge of your range. He's 30 feet
Yeah, I
away.
was gonna say. I think we're entering. We're entering back into the space. I feel like so we're not quite there,
Yes.
but yeah.
You guys are like kind of this point, making your way kind of to where the bar is walking past towards. The
Yeah,
gate.
you can respond if you'd like, but
I
Are you
promise.
sitting? Are you sitting alone, Richter?
No,
You sit at the table with his friends.
Yeah.
With your friends.
I'm also catching. I
My new
cast
friend Anders.
message again, and I'll say, or I'll add it to this one, and I'll say that there is magical aura coming off the bow of Anders as well.
Well, I guess in my mind, I'll realize this is turning to a clusterfuck. and I will order a drink at the bar, and I'll sit back down with them.
Yeah, if you make your way to, there's a more. So you see, like he's pouring a bunch of ciders and stuff, and he sees you approach. Is like, I'm already pouring cider. You want one?
Big one.
Hey, what time is it?
It's like one of the pre-poured one. Just hands it over. It is now getting close. It's not quite sunset, but it's getting late in the afternoon.
Okay. As Gallon goes over,
time is ticking by.
As Gallon goes over, I'm whispering, or I'm gonna message him again as he kind of walks off. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna go back upstairs. And,
as you go for your third message spell, or not the third, but the second one. As you go for the second one, though, you go to cast it, and you feel it's kind of like this, kind of breeze away. And you also, as this happens, and perhaps you might look around a little, you notice the auras are gone. There's no the detect magic ability is also kind of fallen away.
I'm gonna take a sec, hesitate, and then takes a couple steps and just whisper, kind of speak to Gallon, say, I'm gonna run back upstairs and talk to the halfling individual and just see if I can find anything, but also inform him that it seems that the meeting is transpiring here, or at least people are gathering. So, and then I just kind of walk off.
All right. What time is it about? It's getting towards the evening.
It's getting towards the evening hours. Yeah.
Okay.
You guys were told to meet at dusk. You know, after sunset, but it's getting close to sunset now. Or getting towards sunset. The sky's getting colorful from what you can see from the windows.
Through the windows, yeah.
Yeah, I will say, Richter, as you're sitting there, like the conversation kind of shifts as Cyrus and Andrews kind of see these tears. It's like, yeah, this is gonna be a long one. So just kind of like looking up and down this guy's, it's like bright. Like he has like black knee-high boots that kind of go past the knees, purple pants from what you can see. He's got like a long cloak on. He's like, his vest is like a suit vest, but it seems like it's armored leather. Like everything, there's armor again. Like there's like bright shoulder plates and like again greaves on part of the boots. But he's just, the guy's just a fucking, he's a lot. And there's like, and like Anders kind of leans in, he's like, we're out in the marsh. We could just fucking off the guy if we want to. Like, what? He seems like a lot. We can't just kill the guy because he looks annoying. But if he trips or breaks something, that happens. You know, like we'll see when he talks. Yeah, probably a lot.
Have you ever heard of that loud guy?
That loud guy?
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, I thought you were talking about a person named that. No, I don't know.
No, I mean. Have you ever seen that fella?
No, I don't know. He looks like some rich guy with him.
That's kind
of. The Baron's inviting people. It seems like it might be a peer of some kind.
Yeah. Unfortunate. I was liking the party that we were gathering here. Seemed like a real bunch of down to earth individuals.
No, I agree. I think some of them are a little bit caged than they should be. And then I was actually. I'm going to be honest, I feel like I did this. I was just thinking, I wish there was somebody who was maybe not quite as like closed off, and then he just gestures over to that. It's like, and then, you know, God heard me and laughed.
Yeah, damn, so careful what you wish for.
Yeah, I didn't even, I made a wish. I didn't like, you know, blow out a candle or burn sage. This asshole just walks in, apparently like driving on the lawn. So, yeah, we'll make it work, I guess. And so they just kind of like just get their drinks, kind of like swirl it over, and just kind of look over at the guy with he's just like feet are on the table as he's getting his ciders delivered to him. But I do want to say, Galen, you heard from Braff. He's going to go upstairs. Is there anything you're doing with that, or is Braff just going upstairs?
He's going upstairs. I'm going to the bar.
Well, you were getting your drink when Braff spoke with you.
Oh, okay. Then I'm gonna sit down with Richter and Anders.
And Cyrus is there as well.
And Cyrus.
All right. Well, real quick with Braff as you're making your way upstairs. Yeah. What are you doing? What are you looking for as you're making your way up?
Does detect magic still hold? Or does it come back?
You can tell it is gone. It's not like you still have magical ability. It's not like you've lost spells, but that spell effect in particular went away.
Okay. That's all. Yeah. So it didn't come back, so it's gone. It was dissipated.
Yes. Yes. Exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
And then just so I don't fumble the bag again, you notified me that Richter's bag was radiating the energy,
the
right?
necrotic energy, yeah. And then I said that Anders' bow had something of evocation, if it seemed, or no, yeah, Anders' bow was magical of some nature.
Okay.
It was the quiver, but yes.
Oh yeah, there's something on his back, yeah, in that realm, his quiver. I'm gonna walk up. I'm just gonna go to the door that I saw this Cordell go into, and I'm gonna knock on it.
There's rooms that are helpfully numbered. One said 2, one said 1, and he was in room number 1.
Nice. I knock on it.
Yeah.
I will approach. Is there I assume there's no peephole or not even a keyhole.
There's no keyhole. There's no peephole. There's like wooden house you push on. One golden night ain't bad. One golden night ain't bad for what's a farmhouse above an inn.
Yo.
Okay.
I'll just walk and not like swing open the door, but just kind of casual open.
And then you two are face to face. I mean,
yeah, I don't
really bad, but face to face.
I don't know about all that. My character, just for perspective, is in fact 6'3". So yeah. Doubling money, bro. But no, I look down and I kind of I like make swaying eye contact, but not like just stare. But I say I just want I noticed you mentioned something about the hunt and being part of this this group that is being gathered together. Me and my compatriot, obviously, we're in on it, and it seems that there are more people gathering who are also part of this. So I was just coming up here to notify you that our meeting might be starting soon-ish.
I appreciate the message. Would you like to break bread with me?
I quickly
cast
the
door.
I quickly cast. Hold the fuck on. I quickly cast a glance at his. I quickly cast a glance at the whip around his fucking waist, and I look back up at him.
Do I notice and look at the whip? Do you do it? Obviously.
I'll say
performance. Maybe roll performance.
And you're gonna get perception with advantage because you're looking eye to eye.
Wait, what?
It's kind of hard to.
He's looking at you like
that. He's just like staring at you.
Quack it, like peep, like a quick peek at the dick. Like that's you're looking at him.
Okay.
Yeah.
3.
I got a 4, but with advantage. With advantage.
Yeah.
The next one's a 3.
I got a 4 too, but I'm -1.
Oh my god!
I got lucky.
Just the 2 most socially awkward people. Just.
Yo, why'd you look at my dick, bro? Anyway, you want to break bread?
And I do see him look at the whip.
Yes, you at least catch it. Like makes eye contact with it. Like.
Does he look uncomfortable?
I think he always looks uncomfortable.
Makes it hard.
I would say, unless you have anything different to say, I don't see a reason why your demeanor would change.
I wouldn't say I'd say I'm just awkward, in the delving into uncomfortable.
Yeah, but tell me about your character.
Yeah, but wait, wait, bro, wait. Hey, how much damage do I take, bro, as a person? Hold on. Shit.
You take 1d4 psychic.
I feel bad, but not. I mean, yeah.
I hesitate and I go. I think it'd probably be best if we were to all probably meet downstairs. And I kind of gesture, pointing with my thumb, it seems like the loud Bowman individual downstairs is part of the group as well. And it looks like, based off the time of day, that I think we're gonna be meeting soon. So I just figured I'd give you a courtesy.
DM, based on the time of day, do I believe it is about the time of day to meet?
There's a slight, a slit, in the wood, a little bit of glass in there. You can see that there's color in the sky. It's getting sunset's approaching. And you were told to meet at dusk, so it's not imminent, but it is coming up.
Sorry to cut you off. You can keep going.
No, I just start like, and I just kind of start like walking back.
I'm gonna reach for my bread, assuming I have the basket out.
Yeah, you're in a pretty small room, so like you had the bread all spread out. Like you went down for water, which again you left before water came. somewhere downstairs. There's a nice woman with well water up. Just like, is there a short guy?
Oh,
she makes it way over to Rick. You're just gonna set it down there.
I'm gonna grab the sourdough and bring a piece over. And say, join me.
I want to make an insight check on him.
Are you trying to persuade him?
And I mean, I want him to join me, but I have no bad intent.
You can roll persuasion.
Yeah, 22.
You want me to roll persuasion? 7. I would get -1, right? Because my charisma is negative.
Oh yeah.
6.
22, yeah.
With your incredibly high rolled insight, he just seems to just want to share bread with you. He seems trying to be making some form of quite literal peace offering. Okay. But also he, as far as like the decorum and all that behind it, a 6 on the die, he is not really. He's offering you bread, and it's like kind of an awkward situation all around. Still.
Okay, so I'm gonna kind of take a deep breath, kind of smirk, and then I'll step in to where I am like propping the door open. I don't know if it automatically closes, but I have like possession of the door at least in some capacity, to where I'm not going into the room, but like I'm kind of half in, and I'll be like, yeah, sure. I mean, I guess I can spare a minute. So, and I step in.
Sit.
Oh fuck.
Come take part in the ritual.
I think to Gallon, and I'm just like, I think to Gallon, and I just like internally shake my head. I don't visibly, but I step into the room, kind of curious as to what this individual with the insight being as high as I did, and kind of getting an idea for this. I step in, and
I'll take. I'm gonna proceed with my bread. I imagine I have enough to kind of break it into.
Dude,
you know, a portion
so much
for
fucking bread.
Well,
yeah, you can
sourdough specifically.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I want to break it into 2 slightly less than normal portions. I'm not trying to feed us for the night.
Yeah.
And then I offer you a piece, Braff.
Okay.
And as I extend it, I say, meats, cheese, blackberry jam.
Yeah. What? Make it to what you think would be the best. I think that it seems, as I look around the room, it seems like you have some understanding as to what you're doing.
I'm gonna turn around and put some jam and some cheese and some meat. My favorites. I'm gonna pick them all out, put them on the bread, give them a nice little sample of my sourdough, hand it over to them, make one for myself, and say, so what brings you here?
Well, I'll take a knee. I'll take a knee, not fully like sitting necessarily, but I'll take a knee. I'll kind of like knee. I'll sit on like my foot, kind of one knee up, and I'll take it. Are you sitting?
You guys making eye contact.
Yeah. Are you sitting or are you standing? I guess
I'd be sitting on the floor.
Okay.
Pretty much crisscross applesauce. Like,
there's a chair next to you. Like there is a chair in there. Yep, the same as there.
He actually already beat the shit out of the chair. It's actually broken in the corner. It's a disgrace. The hunt is what brings me and my compatriot here to Marsh's. Sorry, damn it. Marsh's retreat. Yeah.
How'd you? You said you received a letter.
I didn't. My compatriot did.
The large man.
Yes, the kind of grizzled, older, decrepit looking individual.
He wasn't fond of me. You know why?
I do not.
Perception check.
Oh fuck.
Do I roll too?
Insight, yeah.
Oh, 10. 50-50 on the die.
Where's insight on this list?
Oh shit.
7.
Oh, let's go.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, the answer seems as true as it can be.
What'd you say for the answer? Sorry.
I said I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
Um,
Interesting. What? So I understand you got the letter, but why come? It's a dangerous task for a mortal.
What did he say?
wait.
He said, let me drink
Wait.
something.
And I don't act. My character doesn't mean any actual implications there that I'm not mortal. Just that you are not anything
I am
extraordinary.
visually confused.
That's good. Yeah, that's helpful.
Bro, you're lucky you didn't say that to me, bro.
to be honest,
It would have been on site, bro.
to be honest, circumstances where we were coming from were getting quite overwhelming, and we were not very keen on sticking around to deal with extended family. So we decided to, head out and get just some fresh air. Yeah.
For some fresh air, you want to come risk your life?
Well, to be fair, I've never done something necessarily quite like this. And so I figured it'd be a good way to test my mettle, I'd say.
Well, I've done this plenty of times. I'm going to reach and shake his hand. Reach out to shake your hand.
Make an insight check.
I guess persuasion.
17.
also don't
19 minus, or you said persuasion?
Mhm.
I think it's just 19. I can't find it.
What's your?
Or wait,
charisma
no, it'd be
modifier?
19 minus 1, 18.
So
He's just giving you a
He-
very like
well,
he's
yeah,
giving
so
you an honest handshake.
when I say insight, it's like I'm visualizing that my character kind of like takes a second, and I'll like describe your character. Cordell, like, what is your character? Is there like anything like just like hands out?
And nothing nefarious. Hands just out to shake your hand.
Okay.
I'm still sitting crisscross applesauce, so I'm kind of like, the awkward reach over your center of gravity and
Okay.
give you a handshake.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hesitate for a second, and then I'll reach my hand out and I'll shake it.
Inflict
Better-
wounds.
Wait, what'd you say? I missed it.
Yeah.
Said inflict wounds.
Oh, I thought about it, but then I was like, wait. I say, the name's Braff.
Raph, nice to meet you. I'm Cord.
Oh, it's a pleasure. And I take another finishing bite of my little baguette sandwich, and then I
Best be making our way down. That's the word I was going for.
I think that I appreciate the gesture of solidarity, and I stand up.
Of course. I hope you have water down there, because I need it pretty bad now. I'm gonna open the door and make my way.
I stay to loot his room. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you guys start making your way downstairs.
Actually,
the
hold on.
situation.
Sorry, one quick second. As realizing at the end of that, I go into the room and grab my satchel with my spell components and my spell book because I had forgotten them, and I will grab those. And head
Gotcha.
back.
Yeah, just kind of you're in a corridor of unlocked rooms. Gathering more of your stuff to have on your person is a very reasonable thing to do.
Yeah.
That's the accord. I guess you beat him a little bit on the way downstairs as he makes.
I'll say I meet you downstairs, and then I'll break off.
Okay.
You,
I'm going down looking for that water.
Yeah, you make your way downstairs. The water, like you can see in front of Richter, if you can see, as there's a couple more people inside the bar, kind of milling about and such. But the water was set in front of Richter as she was looking to give it to a halfling, and there was only one halfling there. Like Richter, you were just kind of there talking with somebody, then just like you turn and there's just like a mug of water next to you.
I'm gonna approach, and then assuming all goes well, and I walk over, I say, "Excuse me, sir. Did you order that water?"
Not as far as I'm aware.
I've
I
got a
didn't know
strong
they just-
feeling they delivered it to the wrong little person. And then I'm gonna grab for the water and say, "Do you mind if I take this?"
It's all you.
Thank you very much. What's your name?
My name is Richter.
Nice to meet you, Richter. I'm Cord.
Cord. Is that short for anything? You just go by like a little
Oh.
stretch.
You hear a low chuckle from Cyrus as you say short for anything.
Bro, you can't ask a half that's short for anything.
I understand you're a little taller than I, but no, it is not short for anything.
Oh,
Are you? It's like, I mean, you're standing,
hadn't
you're sitting,
noticed.
you guys could just tell.
Yeah, I mean, an inch is pretty large.
Word?
I hadn't noticed.
They kind of don't even
They're
say it.
queef.
Sorry, go ahead.
Who, me?
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, Galen, you are there as well. You made your way over to the table to sit down.
Just watching them.
Here's
Oh, inflict wounds.
where?
I sat down at that table.
Okay, so you're at the table as well, so you're part of this. And then, Braff, you are making your way down. You're quickly there upon the table.
Oh boy, don't you love necrotic energy, I say? No.
What the fuck? This guy starts speaking halfling?
He says, doesn't it suck to be mortal?
I'm gonna continue the conversation with Victor and say, do you have room for me here?
The table is quite large. There is room there. Of course,
I mean,
depending on what Richter says.
Yeah.
it looks that way to me.
Oh,
Have yourself a seat.
gladly, thank you. And I'll take a seat.
As you guys all kind of get together, Cyrus, seeing you there, is like, nice to meet you. I'm Cyrus of the Mason Order. This is my friend here, Anders. We're invited on this hunt along with us, and at that point, you see like the bowman kind of make his way over. It's just like he comes in and is like, guys, I don't know if, and kind of like whips out the letter with the crest on it, kind of like shakes it to you guys, like, I don't know if it's getting towards dusk. I don't know when we're all supposed to meet. Don't know who we're all meeting, but I'm part of this hunt here too. Where are we going? Just kind of looking around, blank faces all around the table, unless anyone's speaking.
We're not entirely sure.
Oh, so
Let me get
That looks out.
a letter.
well, it's like sunset. I mean, are we really gonna wait for dusk? Like, you guys were here first. You guys know where we're going. You guys know what we're hunting. You guys know. At this point, Anders kind of leans back. It's like, we don't know, and we're told to wait. We're waiting. I'd get another drink, or in your case, maybe a couple waters before
Yeah, let me ask you
anything
this.
else.
What does your letter say?
Oh, our letter got an invitation from my good friend,
Oh my god!
the Baron Vilnar. There, just go on a hunt. It doesn't say anything else. It says to meet here about dusk. It's not far from dusk. You know.
Is that Cyrus?
So you agree it's not
This
death yet?
is the
Edmure.
kind of obnoxiously dressed hunter.
Oh, what was his name?
Yes. His name was Edmure Kelvin.
Thank you.
Kelvin, that's right. Yeah.
You said he was like a lord.
He
Introduced
introduced himself as a lord when he first arrived. Yes.
Okay.
I'm looking over at Galen just to see what his read is. It's probably nothing. He's probably stone cold.
How do you know Valmar? I'm gonna say
Omar,
towards-
good friend of mine. We've done some business together in the past before he went and did whatever fucking venture he decided to do in the swamps. But apparently it paid off. So now we get to go celebrate. Get to congratulate him.
yeah.
See what he did. See how he did it. See what he did. Because I mean, I don't know about any of you guys, landowners or got.
No. So your coworkers?
In a sense. Yeah, we're coworkers, sure.
More
But
closely?
yeah, the point is, you don't really get to do what he did often, and I'm curious how he was able to get permission to do what he did. So I'm very curious to see what's going on here. But also, good time for a hunt. Good time for some
What is it that
drinks.
you think,
Looks like.
what is it that you think he did there, or that he got away with?
Oh, I mean, just going into a swamp, taking it over. Anybody could do that, but no one did. You have to get the permissions, and I don't know how he got the permissions to just go into a swamp, take it over. Also, don't know why, for being honest, but he's winning. Took a swamp, took a little area in the swamp. He's making. I mean, if you look around, this is a pretty nice looking area. I'm sure he owns most of it. So I'm just curious. But anyway, invited on a fun hunt, So let's have again. I'm Lord Edmire. Or nice to meet you guys, Edmire. Kelvin. You with your hand up? Yep.
I'm Bref.
Braff. Anything I've heard of?
Van Denst.
Oh, that rings a bell actually. Where are you from, roughly? Anybody else Denst?
I mean, I'm from Fog Harbor, originally.
Oh, okay, that's cool. I don't think I've been actually. Heard it's nice. Fan of Fog.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay.
Yeah. He's kind of just like looking around. He's quickly realizing he's like not making friends anywhere at the table. No one's matching his energy at all. So, well,
Elmir, you say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you were if I recall, you were the old gentleman earlier.
Who the fuck are you?
Pleasure to meet you.
Great to meet you. And your name is?
Richter.
Okay, well, good to meet you, Richter. Anyway,
he's dying out here. Shows the wrong.
I would say like there's no role necessary. This guy's sweating at this point. Like he's just like he came in like big dick and he's like, all right, okay, this is not working at all.
You feeling all right, Elmir?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just anxious to get out there. I just got the new bow. I'm excited to try it out here.
Where'd you get your bow?
Where?
Yep.
Oh, I was traveling a while. So there was like a wood shop over kind of this local area, local where I'm from. But there's just this woodsmith over there. It's kind of I don't know if you're familiar with it. What's it called?
It's a very nice bow for
Artificers. One of them. He put down the cogs. He put down the steam and all the weird bullshit. Proper woodwork. He put that to use here and made a neat little bow here. That's kind of that you can see. It kind of pulls it out and shows it as like a recurve bow type. It's just like just a pretty big, but you get like a lot of draw from it. I kind of have that. I have this apparatus I kind of use. It kind of like you kind of hook it onto it, so you get like a pulley. It's the draw's insane on this. I couldn't do it without that little setup there, but I haven't fired it yet, really. So we'll see how it goes.
Brand new.
Like 3 days ago, I got it for this. Well, it's gonna get it already, but we're trying it here. And with that, as you're gonna sit awkwardly sitting at the table, he's floundering. He's gonna I guess if none of us know where we're going, what's happening, I guess we're waiting. And he removes himself from the situation, kind of goes back to the two halberdiers who are just like they're like taking big drinks of ale and seeing him. Like, kind of set him down quickly to the side. It's just they have their weapons at the ready at the table, but they're just taking a swig as he comes back. And he's just come back, kind of like wiping his brow as you can still hear like Larry over there. It's like, it's all right. You'll get him next time, sir. Don't worry about it.
Oh, fucking nice.
It's gonna be all right. Like, let me tell you about that one time when we're out and he's like riddling off a story as the night is carrying on. You guys are all at the table. Cyrus and Anderson, they share stories, not really stories of each other, but they haven't seen each other in a while. So they're kind of sharing stories of different, like, weird, odd jobs they did, trying to maybe get stories out of some of you guys. But in the interest of time, we're going to move past that for right now.
Damn, I can't drop my 3-page backstory right now? No, that's
you
good.
Absolutely can, but we can get there. Only as the night continues on, the sunset kind of comes quite brilliantly from the side behind where the door is. You can see like the sun kind of like moving through and like coming through these windows, and quickly turning to a more nighttime. And you can see there's some movement out in the windows. So someone's going through with a light going and lighting these torches around, just illuminating the town a little bit more. So it becomes a very bright spot in the coming darkness of the night. But dusk happens and continues on, and you can see like the stories are still being shared, but you can tell like at the table across, the huntsman, Edmir's getting kind of antsy. It's kind of like this, sitting there bored. Like you see at one point, he kind of goes and gets up and learns, like, no, sir. All right, just wait it out. Time carries on until eventually a procession of some form start making its way. You can hear some murmuring and talking as someone's approaching the tavern. As everyone in the tavern, you kind of notice, gets kind of quiet hearing a group of people approach, because no one really knew about the hunt at the beginning of the day. But as you heard more, someone yelled about it. Everyone's kind of wondering what's happening, and more importantly, who's arriving. And in the fascinating interest of time, we'll find out next week who is actually arriving.
Oh shit!
Who's arriving?
Is it another meat for the meat grinder?
Hey,
oh
look,
shit!
I wanted to give plenty of time for introductions, and I had a lot of fun with it.
That was
and we're
great.
gonna get to do the stuff next time.
Hell yeah! Sounds good.
But hey, I appreciate everyone being here in camera. Having some fun with the characters. I appreciate, of course, every time, Galen, when you wanted to kind of murder a man in a hallway with very little information. That was ideal. So, yeah.
Thank you.
I don't need it. I don't need it.
Don't need evidence. It's also kind of fun to remember every once in a while that we're streaming. This is a fun thing to do. I keep forgetting why I'm looking at my face in a camera right here. So, oh yeah, because there's... So yeah, for whoever's watching, I appreciate it.
Hell yeah,
yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah, Jared, if you have anything else here, or
well, I just wanted to say one more thing before we close out here. Is the plan due next Sunday, same time, correct?
That works well for me. I like being consistent if we can do that.
That works. Okay, great. Yeah, I'm cool with that. So
Great,
as long as that's all good, then yeah. Get us out of here, Connor.
I think the only other thing to say as far as any form of announcement is I believe Wednesday, about 3 my time, if I recall. 3 Pacific Standard.
I think it was.
That's why I asked before I say.
4:30 my time. No, sorry, 4:30 your time. So 4:30 Pacific Standard Time. Wait.
Sure. So I thought it was a little earlier, but.
No, 4:30 Pacific Standard Time, so that'd be 6:30 my time for Central Time.
Gotcha. All right, so 4:30 Pacific Standard, then again 6:30 Central.
Yep.
The second tavern side talks will happen as we also get more sidetracked than before.
Yes.
That's not a promise. That's a guarantee. We will keep little structure, and I will work hard to make sure that happens. But that's it. Then I guess thanks for being here. Thanks for the min into max into 20 and
hell yeah.
We'll catch you on the next one.
All right.
Yeah.
Take it easy.